Alright gamers, how we doing? I meant to start early today, but yeah, life's interesting. Just, ugh. You ever have one of those days that just starts out, ugh? Yeah, that's me. My allergies kicking my ass. It's hot. I really cannot stress enough that it is hot. But I hope y'all are staying cool, or if you're in a part of the world where the opposite is true, warm, stay, in a moderate temperature. How we doing? We got Fan, Board King, Tenor Madness, Stump, Roddy, David, Mad Alice, welcome in, Priz, Viper. Oh yeah, how you feeling, Viper? Alright, just runny nose, slightly too warm, but I'm alright. Alright, keep eating soup, drinking soup, consuming soup. Soup is the answer. It's not, but it makes you feel better. It's Akata, how are you? Shay, good to see you. Loading screen boss, how you doing? Hope everyone maintains effective homeostasis. Exactly. Jake, what are you doing? Cat? Why are you so cat? It's a cat. Cat. Why are you chucking coffee at people, Fan? I mean, I need more. But yeah. Exactly, Kevin. Excellent point. They're very cat today. So. Main thing that sucks, I had a series of W's recently, and now in a few days I've had to hold a bunch of L's, so I just want to wrap it on a blankie, redo story playthrough so Mela can fuck off. I feel you there. The plan for today is I want to get to level 40, and then we're gonna do endgame stuffs. But what I want to do, I'm gonna alter it from the original plan. Instead of doing a slow chaos climb, I'm gonna, just because we have this opportunity, and I can always do another playthrough for the other thing later, we're gonna transfer all the gear from the Ghostblade build as soon as I hit level 40. So then we're gonna do all of the chaos trials, 1 to 50, skipping as it allows, but we're gonna go from chaos 1 to chaos 50 with a timer on screen. I'm gonna see how long it takes to just do it, because I'm curious. I figure this is an opportunity, and I haven't invested a super large amount of time into collectibles or anything in this character yet, so it makes sense. I don't know, I offered to make coffee one time, now I'm filled chucker of coffee. That's true. That is a thing that happened. How you doing, Cheese? Hey Ivan, how are you? This is a grudge race versus Tarya Grota. Yeah, I'm protesting the troves. I don't know. I just hit Apocalypse tier 32 last night, Priz, and all my shit's under-leveled, and it costs so much extract, so I'm just kind of like, it's a thing. It's the whole thing. But my punches are now hitting 40 mil, which is cool. I'm liking that. Once my gear's on level again, I might be able to hit 50. Anyway. How long is it going to take you to do a playthrough? Well, I've already done the playthrough of the story. Yesterday, we finished the story, unlocked the Chaos Chamber, did the Chaos Chamber tutorial, and we are just under level 31. So we've just got to level, and then we can do the thing. It'll take me a little bit to transfer my gear over, but I do still have some bank space from the Great Bow thing, so I can just copy my Ghostblade build and then send the stuff over. Hey CZ, how are you? Really love to see Imelda's hitboxes fixed. Yo, me too. Me too. Morning Zank, Brendan, good to see you. Hit 30 last thing last night, get back to it soon. Daughter Sanctuary, continue to train my will. So, how are people farming those? I heard there's like a reset farm you can do for that. Do you know the intricacies of that one, Priz? I'm not familiar, but it's something I heard about and figured I'd pick your brain at some point. Ooh, steel gauntlets in the vendor. Hang on, that's cracked. That's so good. I want this. How much time left on that? No, only 30 seconds! Alright, I gotta run to the bank, grab something real quick that I can sell for enough money, and then make it back. I'm not gonna make it. Lost loot isn't full of anything on level. Or anything over leveled. Man, that's so sad. Oh well, that's why you keep money around. I'm just gonna not torture myself with that any further. So we still got the blank slate on. We have the XP shrine, which we didn't have last time we were in here. Do we do difficulty 3? That opens up Tyrant's Truth. We'll just throw it on difficulty 3. How you doing, Mr. Adblock? Good to see you. Morning, Sen. How are you? Not sure if there's more to it, but beating the Quinta Lobby does reset the Trove. And -1 try. Oh, so it's just the same as the Arbiter thing? Like, exactly the same?
You miss me? Well, I don't miss.
Because, yeah, I'll probably do that then. How much DLC cost? The season pass is, what, like $30, chat? I don't remember.
Well, that's settled.
Chaotic Great Edition to the game comes with a season pass, which has all the DLC.
Theodore has paid some poor souls to be his friends. The chains are gone.
Give Gun Trove. $30, thank you. How was difficulty 3? Just the boss arena changes a little bit, that's all. This is the boss arena changes. But I'm not going to be going to the boss. We are going to do some XP farming in here. Yeah, season pass $30, each DLC $10. This means that the season pass does save you some money over buying each individually, because it would be $40 individually.
If you want to suffer through 4 worlds of pain, wouldn't it be easier to try online dating?
This'll be over before you can regret it.
Huh, you can get skeletons in here? I didn't know they could follow you in. That's cool. I learned something. Pass Trove, which I need, is crystal, so time efficiency is horrible. Perfect crystal, 1-tap boss, still 5 minutes round trip. Oh, you still have to do the room. You still have to do the room. Okay, that's a bit of information I didn't have. Yeah, that's ugh. I need the chest trove, so at least that one's kinda fast. I'll probably do the chest trove a bunch, and then, you know, last attempt go through the final boss. That's probably what I'll have to do for farming. Fuck burbs.
Always learning new ways to be a boss. A credit to the brave. Bowser up. Like wait before the side.
Yeah, this will be fairly efficient. Being on Chaos 1 would help us a lot, but like we don't need to. Start at the exit to Oakreal's chamber. Ah. Yeah, you have to run a lot. I am a Devastator though, so I can like at least be at the end of each room at the start of each room, if that makes sense. But like, yeah. I don't know. I still think that's gonna be more worth farming for me than the Arbiter. Maybe. You don't get the selectable one.
C for effort. C
Being a total Fury or Chad right now. We got, because item slot 2 in vendors is cursed and sometimes lets you get things you're not supposed to. Back at level 17, we got a Primordial Hydra gun. So, we're still using that at level 31 because it's a level 23 item. It's a bunch of numbers.
Bells are ready. All out the oven. As it was foretold. Can't run from the storm. Who's the alpha now, eh?
The room is fine. Says the firepower techno. But yeah, since I've started doing more endless mass stuff on dev, bird room is fine, honestly. Because I can just lock them in place, and because they're the only target that turns on my auto crits for 3 seconds on my guns, then I just shoot them. It's fine.
You knew what this was.
I'm feeling lazy, I swapped to Mythos and refused to use them too. Sounds right. Yeah, Ragnarok would be really good at clearing these bar forms out now that I think about it.
You didn't beg. Got that going for you. The stuff legends are made of.
You think Ghostblade build can do Feodor without issues? The hit detection on the soul cells is really tough. You can just use a Stab-O-Matic. I know that's, you know, Stab-O-Matic, lol. But shooting a Stab-O-Matic kind of just solves the problem, and you have Ghostblade for the ads and for Feodor himself. It works just fine. So that's why I'm not worried about Feodor on this build, because I can just do that, and it's an option. Like, you don't need Universal Soldier, you don't need Spellblade, just, it's powerful enough.
Oh, don't look so surprised.
The Wag-O-Matic. Icequake Sunder for these guys, longer cooldown though. What I want to do is set up a save where I just, I use Blizzard with Berserker Capstone and just go AFK. But I haven't done that yet. Challenge month, no using Hyperius weapons, go. That's a crime. Blizzard tracking is good. No, but these enemies don't move much. Like, the blooms barely move. And since the bar forms spawn from where the blooms die, the blizzards don't need to move much. Occasionally they'll go haywire, like on a goblin that spawns on the sides. But if you don't hit this drawbridge, then that's one fewer avenue for enemies to actually physically go to you. So it's fine.
Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya? Here comes the thunder.
Can you confirm Stab-O-Matic does great work on Soul Cells? Also Dragon Lord, Amelda, and Drill when he's way out there? Yeah.
Can't wait to barbecue some bastards.
Canon for a month. Mass Effect Legendary Edition free with Prime? Yeah, yeah. Definitely worth your time, Ember. Absolutely. Okay, we'll do a couple more minutes of this. I think maybe we'll hit level 32, and then we'll go, do other stuff. Because this is fairly efficient, it's just boring. Like, the barf worms give almost no XP, but the blooms give a decent amount. And if I focus on killing those, then it's fairly good. It's 200 XP for those, and they respawn instantly. I've seen some questions on, like, why I think this is such a good farm versus some of the other options. Like, there's a farm people like in DLC 1, there's a farm people like in DLC 2, and there's even another room in DLC 3 some people use. The reason why I like this is you can stand at the top of this ramp. Most of the enemies come from this one direction. And the blooms respawn in your line of sight, just right there, instantly. Like, you don't really have to compensate for enemies deciding not to come at you. They're there. Whereas with, say, the pirate farm, sometimes they decide not to run. Sometimes they're very scattered. The coiled farm, they're coiled. They have no sense of urgency at all. With the goblin farm, sometimes they just jetpack for no reason. Blooms are very consistent. They just kind of chill. Grab some souls. Morning, Urban Mac. How you doing? Good to see you. For the Kevins, stay for the Chad. Yeah, this is making me want to do a Spore Warden playthrough, just so I can try this out. Like, go Frostwilder, park myself here with the blank slate on, maybe some duration rings, a protagonizer, if I can get one at that point, which is, you know, unlikely, but technically possible. And then just see how long it takes to level, just standing here AFK while Blizzard kills everything. Even the mushroom might kill. Like, taking the mushroom taunt would probably be a good idea here. More spice, wear a mace war, dude. So if an enemy gets through, they just die.
broken, little cinder.
Help, I ran out of titanium. I've been running out pretty often, just converting it to drop out resources, yeah. I gotta start actually, like, going for purples again. I need to get my titanium stores up. I have, like, no resources at all, though, period. I still have... Like, my boots are level 64 right now. And my gear can be level 67 or 68. 67. So, my boots alone, by the time I get to Apocalypse 33, I might have on-level boots. And that's just one of my pieces. AFK Soul Farm build with perfect Ascended kit. I mean, it'd be pretty crazy. I am curious to see what that would be like. And having a bunch of souls ready for DLC 4 would probably be wise. You be playing Spore. I mean, I could do Berserker and then switch to Spore for the farm. Then that'd be another Berserker playthrough, which I've done a lot of those. Blizzard hit the flying enemies? Yes, it can.
Tell the Reaper I sent you.
But I suppose that's a valid question. Will it? It should, based on how some other things here work. But it's something worth testing. If Blizzard doesn't work as well as I'd want it to, then honestly, like, doing it with Stabo and just setting up Ghostblade in a favorable position would probably be the move. And maybe get Hammer and Anvil going for ranged stuff. I don't know. What are your feelings on returning items if they brought back the Hex as a launcher? I would feel pretty neutral on that. My exception threshold for bringing back items is if they're thematically relevant, sure. Or if you meaningfully change them. For example, the Hellfire. They brought back the Hellfire again, but it's not a bad fire SMG this time. It is a unique fire and dark magic spell. It's unique. It's different. So I'm okay with that. But I still think that resorting to bringing things back instead of making new things is less creative than they could be. Okay, let's clean up these souls and gotta move on. I'd like to round off to a multiple of 25. That'd be nice. Can I not make that happen? Or like the Herald? Yeah. Can't sleep properly for a week now, living dreams. Oh. Make sure if you need to get some help for that sort that you do, okay? Might not seem simple, but it is important.
You knew what this was.
Okay. Broke 300. That's enough for now. So we went and grabbed a level and a half real quick. Hey, Raised Dev, how are you? Blizzard has the capability to hit them, too bad it stumbles around the map like a drunk blind sailor. Yeah, Shag, yeah.
It would seem you're not done here. Delightful.
Doing decent, you? It's hot today, and I'm kind of feeling like butt cheeks. But, Wonderlands is always fun, so it's taking my mind off it. Okay, XP. We could do Chaos Zero boss rushes. That is an option. I'm trying to think what else I can do that will not populate my quest reward pool, because I want to keep that fairly clean. We could start the Mount Crawl quest line. That'll start to populate it, I think. Or actually, does that add anything before Vorkanar's Cog? I don't think it does. So we could do the first couple parts of that for easy XP. Yeah, let's do that. I don't understand how BL3 DLC works. Seems half are level 13, half are 23, 25, not counting arms race. They should all be level 13 raised up. As far as I know, they all just allow you to start them at 13, and they scale 13 plus. Still been struggling with C7, get a bossing weapon. Why am I here? I was gonna do something specific here, but I already forgot. Oh yeah, we're going over to Mount Craw. Okay. That is not that way. Craw has like 3 or 4 reward items, couple mail in the gun. Yeah, but as long as I don't do the side stuff, it doesn't populate the pool too much. Because there's the Goblin's Bane, there's the Frostbite, there's the Goblin Repellent, there's the Love Leopard, there's Vorkanar's Cog. I think I can avoid most of those. What's the trigger for last ride special effect? Hit an enemy. Scale with you, that'd make more sense? Yeah, they scale with you.
Well, now to find the freedom fighters.
Yes, cat, hi. But worth noting, the story missions of DLC 6 are different in that they have story progression requirements. So, like, there's 4 of them, and they will open up at various points of the story. But yeah, otherwise you can just kind of do them when you want to.
Do this anymore. Every day is the same. Wake, work, sleep, wake.
There's the event for more money in Mount Craw right now, right?
There has to be a... The goblins deserve to be free. We are the goblins.
This role is just me waking up every day.
Freedom fighters, one and all! Though I am glad you showed up, because I'm pretty sure I couldn't fight my way out of a wet paper bag.
I am very passionate about the cause of goblin freedom. I am also passionate about getting paid.
Cat.
Oh, that'll be
No, nothing to say?
for you.
Alright.
But first, we
Also,
must
good morning.
shatter
Good morning,
the
Paradox.
chains of oppression. Fight for glorious goblin freedom.
So you know when Genevieve takes over Sanctuary 3 for a bit? Wait, you stole my BNP enemy voice.
Hang on, back up. Did you just say dragon god?
I mean, Dragonlord did establish that Tina just lifted some stuff from the Echo Net, so maybe she saw or heard Genevieve's voice out there and was like, yeah, that'd be perfect for a villain in the campaign.
The brave few who clamored for freedom have been exiled, mounted by Volcano. He is a
Think you can do the Claptrap mission here too without diluting the pool. No, that adds a melee weapon, Jaybridge. That adds the Frostbite.
offering his punishment is harsh. We must put a
Hey Zed, how are you?
once and for all. And with your help, I might finally earn my GTFO nose ring.
Nose?
I can grab collectibles without diluting the pool, so I can run around doing obelisks. I probably should for the stats. I should be doing collectibles to level. I just want to do combat. So I'm being stubborn. Also, I get such a big wave of nostalgia with this area, because this is my first experience with the game. Is the demo builds.
Impenetrable barrier.
Myself and some others got to play. Basically just chilling in Mount Craw for a couple weeks. It was so fun.
But we've already shot
Love this area.
and hit it with heavy objects. I mean, that's all I've got.
Oh, whatever you just said, the barrier is weakened. Oh, do it again.
No offense, but that machine looked a
Can't get past Chaos 24 with melee and Berserker, not enough damage against Vorkanar, so the fight's tedious. Do you have a good poison weapon? That could help. Also, making sure you're using every tool at your disposal for increasing that boss damage. So if you got melee crossbolts, throw those on. If you got any cryo damage and a majority of your damage isn't fire, then using a Twisted Delusion for soak debuff helps a lot too. If you got anything that turns on from having no ward or from being self-damaged, then there's fortunately very convenient ways of achieving that in the Vorkanar fight.
Get back here! Okay, here we go. This is really happening. Time to earn my nose. Let's do this. It's an horrible I am blessed. Now for the next phase of Operation Green Dream. I stashed some GTFO posters and a flag nearby when I was chased out of the mountain. Go get 'em! Once you've got the posters, I need you to venture into the mountain and put them up all over the place. The goblins should welcome to our cause, as long as their spirits haven't been broken by the taskmasters. As for me, I've got a little side operation I need to attend to. I'll meet up with you later.
Who's the alpha now, right?
And yeah, as Viper said, the role of your melee weapon is very influential for melee builds.
Oh, crap! I'm in a real still of a pickle here. I'm pinned down by a troll one of the people in under friends of his. I need your help!
Back to work, blazing gobs!
Shock Banshee Warriors use a Blanc Shock Buffmeister, mainly use Sabomatic. Sabomatic isn't gonna be like a bossing thing for that boss in particular, because unless you're doing Spellblade stuff, its damage is kind of like fine. It'll definitely be less DPS than just swinging your weapon for Vorkanar. And also, yes, lightning versus armor is an unfavorable elemental matchup, so that is stacking the deck against you. Soaked offsets it a bit, but
Relax.
not completely.
It's time for my little
So getting a poison, or second best option would be cryo, or third best option would be non-elemental,
Oi,
um,
something for you.
or dark magic. That's the case there. Just basically, you want something that isn't fire or lightning for your melee weapon for Vorkanar.
Oh my god.
And because of the way Vorkanar works, you don't need the Banshee projectiles. That just kind of like kills your second wind targets, your death save targets. So honestly, keep an eye out for purple greatswords, purple rarity greatswords of favorable elements, and you can just keep those on your build for bosses where you need to change weapon elements. Like on my melee hammer Zerker that I haven't visited in a while, I only have Banshees to cover like 2, maybe 3 elements, whereas I cover the rest with purple greatswords. Finally discovered the power of gear reroll, and now addicted with so many options for experimentation. Nice. Nice thing.
Ready for the next phase of our operation? I did some recon earlier and spotted a bunch of political prisoners in the lakeside village. We gotta free them!
Farm poison weapons then. Yeah, just hit up that melee money, and you get at your tier volatile poison greatsword with if you can get a good hilt mod, that helps, but you don't really need a good hilt mod. Basically, vampire can make you very tanky. Warrior is going to be optimal damage wise. Rampage is like, I don't really care for Rampage. Depending on your choice of action skill, Ancient can be real nice.
Seems like a strange place for a prison.
Oh, it's the worst, isn't it? Natural beauty, sunshine.
It's like the most convenient marble in the game.
We'd be sick if they'd subject goblins to such horrible conditions. You did it! And the prisoners are finally safe back in their dank pits. Oh, how I miss my dank pit. But there's still more to be done.
Definitely save Livewire for second wins in the Vorkanar fight. If you use it all the time, you never have second wins, learn that the hard way. Yeah. Livewire and Banshee can do that to you in the Vorkanar fight. Dude, we got a bunch of XP from grabbing just those couple collectibles. We grabbed a marble and a poetry page, and that helped. Also, my brain's failing me. I completely forgot how to get back up there. So that's awkward.
Well done, my lovely.
Hey, Sinju. Oh, sorry, I didn't say that loud enough. All caps. Hi, Sinju.
Ready for the next phase of our operation? Next, we have to seize the means of production, then destroy them. That'll show Vorkanar we mean business.
How am I? I'm doing well. You wanna know? Yeah, sure, J-Bridge. Sure. It's one of those things I used to remember, but, you know, I don't retain useful information, just useless information. Vampire helps you just swing at Vorkanar, he can't do shit about it, especially with something fast like Twin Soul Pickaxe. Yeah, yeah. Vorkanar and Drill are kind of pretty heavily trivialized by Vampire. Have to go through the caves? Ah, okay. Thank you. Hey, Stump, thanks for taking care of Sinju. I appreciate it. 23 in the channel. Means a lot. Thank you.
Here we are. Now, the means of production are
she's
also
on
the
fire.
engines of
You look like-
oppression. So go bust them up! I'm gonna go secure our route by dropping the bridge. We'll meet up there.
I gotta go hit that obelisk too. That's not too out of the way. I should really do the switches, but like, I never feel like doing those. I don't know what it is. It's good XP. I may as well do it. Vampire versus Drill is fun. Just stand in the water and murder him. Yeah, you can even offset the damage a little further by bunny hopping. You don't have to just stand there.
Fight this fork in our thing at the end of this.
You'll take fewer total ticks if you bunny hop.
Afraid of fighting a dragon, Valentine?
What? No, it's just a stupid game anyway.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Stupid game? I'm gonna need to go ahead and take that back, Valley.
Okay, take it back, all right? It's the best
I can
game
definitely see
ever.
this event working. That's more money than there would normally be.
It's a very enjoyable game.
Hey, there you go.
You shall have extra peanut butter
This
this
current
month.
event, more money drops in Tangle Drift and Mount Croft. Let's see. This quest 2 a few days ago just dawned on me that this kobold's name is Jar. Kobold? It's a goblin.
Still time to run the
I know what
other
you
way.
do to Jar, Sora. Your head out of the gutter, mind out of the gutter. Words don't work. You get what I'm getting at.
Boom! I heard that thing break from here! Good work!
A launcher to use apply cryo to a boss.
I'm
You don't
getting the hang of this killing.
apply... Huh? The Twisted Delusion launcher from DLC 1 is the only gun in the game that applies the soaked debuff. I think you're referring to that. It's different from cryo, but yes, that's what I use. Twisted Delusion. It's been so long since I've done this shit, so sorry in advance. Kobold, these nuts. It's Stone Swan. Oh yeah, I'm totally ordering at least a mug. By the way. Thank you for doing that. Fucking love it. Chat, if you guys don't know, Stone Swan has
They'll be
sick
shaking
merch.
in their boots.
It's actually goated.
Way to wreck 'em! Now, come meet me!
What's the time limit on these
Got
turn
the
switches?
bridge down.
Just kind of looking around now. They're called kobold instead of goblins in German. Ah. Classic translation L.
I can't believe you really did it! That ought to stick a potato and bark in ours tailpipe!
Goat merch. I could use a new bell. How dare you? How dare you use my words against me?
They don't?
Jar, hurry the fuck up.
Huh.
I'm gonna have to go back and hit that switch again. Whatever. I'm not overly concerned with it. Ah, we're already at the point where Stabo is like, See, we got 2 more points in Potent Poisons to take us down the tree, but as soon as we get to this tier and exhaust those, Stabo tree moment.
Just a little bit more tweaking.
Hey Dex, how are you?
And there!
Do another playthrough and keep looking for skulls and crystals in the dungeons. Yo, same.
I need you to track down some demolition goblins that work for Vorkanar. Steal the plastics they use to open up new mining tunnels. We'll need them for the fight.
Oh, the timer just expired on that? Alright, let me go back and do that. That's such a generous timer. I wasn't sure if it had a time limit at all. But now we know. My putzing around served a purpose.
The Great Oven is where the trolls smelt the ore mined by the enslaved goblins.
Smashed with some storms last night. Oh, I hope that comes back soon, Dex. That's never fun. Also, I've forgotten how to exist. Why am I over here again? This is premium scatterbrain quag. I already forgot what I was doing. I'm gonna go ahead and blame the fact that I just have a good time in Mount Craw. I legitimately just love running around this area. It makes me happy. I'm looking for a ladder. Oh well, I don't care. Who broke Wag? This mushroom did it. You know I'd find my way there eventually. Snore Smite still smashing faces? Yeah, it's so sick. I'm still using that blank slate too. Someone say backstab.
C for effort. C minus.
There we go.
I wasn't sure you were gonna pull that off, newbie, but then you did, and I congratulate you. Like this.
Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya?
Let me tell you, all this isn't enough to earn me that nose wing. Nothing but that'll show that just gut wrench who the real revolutionary is.
Who's that?
Oh, he's the worst. He's this super pretentious guy who's always going off about politics, but never lifts a finger about any of it. Also, there's scars. Like, even in song. I think I'm on the
I love that reference.
please. Just keep collecting those bombs. Damn those traitors. But we'll throw some. Keep doing this when I'm in a real gherkin of a pickle again. I spotted Freezicles, but he's also spotted me, and now he's definitely trying to kill
Early tiers of Castro, I recommend Stormbringer, Judge, over Ghostblade. It's not really relevant to the tiers, it's relevant to what you have available gear and comfort-wise. So what I mean by that is Stormdragon's Judgment has more accessible uptime than Ghostblade. Ghostblade will be out for longer, but less often until you have the gear to resolve that. That being things like an Ancient Hilt, things like a Theurge Amulet, and an appropriately spammable spell. You know, you need investment to get Ghostblade up often. And then there's, of course, duration passes on rings, which matter quite a bit.
The
until you get that stuff up and running, then yeah, Storm Dragon's Judgment is probably more practical. But if you, for example, had Stabbo power and no Claw power, then Ghostblade would still be more worthwhile.
I'll never earn my GTF bonus.
Good thing I've got these bombs.
Yeah, you don't really need to choose the lower tiers at all. Anything below, like, C17, you don't really need to be too discerning with anything except for what weapon you're using against bosses. That's pretty much it.
I don't do warning shots.
That's exactly what we need. Grab it. While I rally some more goblins to our cause, I need you to shut down the great oven with the heart of
Need more up level Rain of Arrows. There's gonna be some bosses where Rain of Arrows won't even, like, be able to hit them. So, even more reliable bossing options on top of that. Also, Rain of Arrows chugs ammo, and especially at your point in the game, you don't have max shotgun SDUs, so you're still gonna want more options.
Unexpected cold snap.
Or like Melticles. Hey Fleece, how you doing? I really use Rain of Arrows, not gonna lie. Where does it see use, like what fights? It's really good against Wastard, Pigwort. It's a good sustained damage over time in a decent area of effect, but it requires an enemy to physically not move, to be positioned in such a way that you don't hit yourself with the application of the shot. So drill is problematic for that bit. But it's really good at just doing damage in an area. Pigwort and Wastard would be my big shouts for Rain of Arrows. Tried out an Ascended Rain of Arrows, probably down myself, put it away. Well, that would happen with a non-chaotic one too, considering how much health we have, but yeah. Almost use a Fate Breaker for Ghostblade, then decided against it. Fate Breaker's not very good, so yeah. Just use what has the most desirable mix of base damage, the element you want, crit stats, and attack speed for Ghostblade. You need to weigh all of those stats for Ghostblade, whereas for Storm Dragon's Judgment, you just look at the crit stuff.
You knew what this was.
Morning, Jester. How are you? Hope they had a shotgun that fires bolts that have the bolt multipliers. I think it's, it was an interesting decision to lock crossbolt stuff to the weapon slots they did. Because crossbolt application is currently limited to pistols, sniper rifles, and a spell. Assault rifles as well. Assault rifles as well. Pistols, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and a spell. But, you know, I forgot about assault rifles, because this game be like.
Oh, damn! Oh, God! What have I done? No, no, no!
Or Jar. Want a crossbow, a giant harpoon launcher? Yeah. Yeah. Think of like a giant harpoon that shoots out little harpoons along its path that apply crossbolts to enemies.
Working are on your own, champion. The tribute arenas
It'd be
just
cool.
up ahead. Follow me.
Time to slay a dragon. Or a fake dragon. Time to slay a something.
Hard for your boot. I feel like that's a sentence that's been said before. So I'm not gonna do Vorkanar yet. Is this where I go down to get the marble? Do I have to, like, jump down at it? It's been so long. I know the obelisk I want to do is down there, so that's why I'm not jumping down yet. I can just fast travel back up here, though, to be honest. A crossbow version of the Mongol? Yeah. They call me Marble Man. Leave the Fate Breaker alone. I don't insult your mom. But the Fate Breaker, it could use damage buff. It could use a damage buff.
This obelisk will summon a nasty little piggo goblin.
Speaking of Pigwort. I have to do a bunch of climbing. Yeah, I just don't remember where, so I just can't be bothered. I don't care that much about one marble. Like, I'm gonna go back and do it at some point. It doesn't have to be right now. It's the kind of thing I would rather do just chilling with music on. Not wearing pants, having my feet up. Like, several things that are not gonna happen on stream. Pigwort's tanky. Cool. What do you drop? Pickaxe. Yeah, I'll come back to that.
Rise from your grave.
How can you play like that? I don't sit right, and my hand and shoulder get very unhappy. Oh, the secret to that, Urban Mech, is that my body is always unhappy with me anyway. So, like, if I sit incorrectly and cause myself pain, it doesn't matter, because I'm already in pain. Losing the ability damage enchant's gonna suck, but I have moon orbs. Whatever. Okay, anything else we need to do here? I think maybe Crackmast is next stop, since that has an easily accessible marble. I could just start checking off obelisks, to be honest. The Hulk reason. I never got the Osagol obelisk. Go do that real quick. We did the Weep Wild Dankness one. Yeah, let's go get the Crackmast obelisks and stuff. Just got all collectibles in my Clawstalker yesterday. Nice. It's a nice little stat bump. I'm kind of doing it partially for stats, partially for XP right now. Just a convenient time to do it. It's always weird to me as well that I leave the Zoomios thing for so late, because that means I don't have the speed boost until I no longer use the overworld. Maybe not the best planning on my part, but it's got a quest reward attached, so I save it.
Has remained consistent through the ages. The Dragon Lord. It is believed that his dark shadow may even stretch back to the first cycle itself.
Oh yeah. So these red things, you have no reason to do this quest anymore. If you have all the dice. Unless you want, I think, Hellfire is from that quest. Bit of a shame.
Did you like that poem? You can hear the rest of it at the tavern in Brightfoot.
Permanent dice has made the world feel a little more empty. Zoomios is tough because it's tied to a quest in Brighthoof. Yeah, it's... I don't want the Paladin Sword in my loot pool yet. With what I plan to do on this character now, I probably don't want it in my loot pool at all. But then I wouldn't get the Wisdom bonus, so... Honestly, maybe I should do it now. Really have the option to have the dice findable during playthrough? Yeah. Hey Top Muck, how's it going today? It's going well. It's going well. We are slowly progressing towards being able to do something cool today. Hopefully I leave enough time in the stream. I think as long as I get to level 40 within the next 2 hours, we got a reasonable amount of time. I got cool plans for today. Even worse is if you join someone's game and doesn't have any dice, they can't collect those dice. So, does your progress overwrite theirs? Is that how that works? I've never understood that, but I don't play much co-op in this game, so... Never looked into it. I need to do that for something, but I don't remember which collectible. So I don't care. If I got all the dice, does mean all my new characters got a 35% boost? I think you already know the answer to that question. Jake can't figure out how it works. Wife's loot luck is lower than mine. She can't pick up the dice. Can she pick up the dice solo?
C for epic. C minus.
Need to know these cool plans you have. I mentioned in the Go Live tweet, but what I want to do is, once we hit level 40, I'm going to transfer over the gear from my Ghostblade save, and we're going to do a full 1 to 50 Chaos Climb with a timer on screen. You can see exactly how long it takes. With fully geared out, I'm not even going to stop to like spend crystals or anything. We're just going to see how fast we can do it. That's the plan. I used to know where the marble was in this map. I forgot it. Is it here? I vaguely remember it being in some wreckage.
You're close to a marble.
Ah, ha ha ha!
Please.
It is in here. You up top? Yeah. You're doing level skip, you're going up one at a time. I'll do the level skip.
Could I truly?
Yeah, 2000 XP just for that. It's nice.
No more afraid of it. Or asking you to move furniture, or get them out from under trees, or toss cursed lockboxes into a fatal mix. What happens to it? Would I feel empty?
Get out early. Y'all take it the easiest of easy. Have a good one, man. Thanks for stopping in.
That's for making me look at you.
Another Elder hold, BRB, gotta make phone calls. Ugh. Best of luck with that. Is an anti spell shot one chance to want to replace action skill ones? Just allow spell cast. It's really your only option. Stump. There's very few enchants that aren't tied to either spells or action skills. So you're likely gonna end up with, if you're doing Deadshot, then, and you have Blast Cast, then Spellcast ability is a good one to make sure you grab. But otherwise, you're looking at Spellcast, the element of your choice, Spellcast elemental damage as well, possibly Spellcast gun damage. There's a spell shot specific one in the spell slot that's gun damage and fire rate. There's one for a gun and melee crit chance after casting a spell, also in the spell slot.
You spy a poetry page.
That's a collectible I gotta do quest for. Okay. On Ward, you've got the full health conditional one or the low health global one. Those are good enchants to get. Spellcast global damage is nice. You've got so many enchant slots that you just kind of take what you can get, really. Where is the obelisk on this map? Hang on. Time to pull up map. To the right as you enter the area. Okay. I'm still gonna pull up the map, but thank you. There's a lot of filters here. Hang on. We're gonna go through a bunch of areas, so let's put up marbles, poetry pages, ruin switch, and obelisk. It's there-ish. Yeah.
This obelisk will summon a slippery, steel-skinned she-serpent.
Started Inquisition playthrough last night. You watching too much Ko again, Carter? Inquisition is weird. I have so much trouble playing that game as not a rogue. Only when he plays the good games. Fair. Which happens to be very often. True. I love rogue gameplay in Inquisition. I like it in all the games. in fairness. It's just I don't like warrior gameplay in Inquisition. And I think the mage gameplay is kind of mid. But the rogue stuff, that's that good shit. You too, Disco Dude? Yeah. Boquisitor? Absolutely. Artificer? Yeah. Archer Artificer. It's so fun. Okay. I don't need to be here anymore. Did I do the obelisk in Wargtooth? No. We'll go here. What do you think will be in the next featured run? It's been a minute since we had Parasite in featured, honestly. Seems likely. Friend claims the correct way to play the game is an Elven Mage, since most people will hate you and supposedly most dialogue options. I mean, people do hate you if you do that. That is true. I always find it interesting when people think that the purest experience for Origins and Inquisition is to play a Dalish. It's like, hang on, to play the group of people that are outed as like cultists who have history entirely wrong. That's the canon to you? Really? Like, I don't know about that. Haven't had a Waster featured in a minute. No, we had Waster featured relatively recently, didn't we? I thought we did. See, we had Banshee Nightmare. I feel like LeChance was recently too. One of my favorite obelisks for some reason. It's a nice area. Decent mob density too. Master's the one before Community. Yeah. Human Bow Rogue Inquisitor, I'm a basic bitch. Yo. That's okay. I tend to play, like, despite what I just said about Dalish elves, I tend to play, female elf bow Inquisitor. Because soulless lines, you know.
Get cooking, little cinder.
Can Great White show up in Chaos Chambers? No? I don't believe so. Oh. Okay. Okay. Could do a rune switch, could do a marble. That marble's fairly close to me. We'll grab a marble because it's right there. Did female Canary bow? She made poor Sarah redundant, so I romanced her. Oh no. Poor Sarah. Although Sarah is so relatable because she is just tongue-tied around large, muscly women. I'm like, yo, mood. My own little headcanon is male dwarf noble warrior in DA1, female rogue DA2, male human rogue Inquisition. I think that Dwarf Noble has like a pretty solid claim to like most logical story placement for Origins. Pretty solid claim. Because the cool thing about Origins is any of the Origins you didn't do still happened in the game world, and you can find at the very least references to those characters. There's pretty good arguments for either Dalish Elf or Dwarf Noble being like the canon one. Because of how much they're referenced compared to the others. There. There's a marble somewhere around here, right? The game has dwarves, I play dwarves. The game has elves, I play an elf. You guys know what you like. Like there somewhere? You in there?
Is that a marble near you? Break it. I want to remember. Apparently.
Okay, done with this area. It's got BL2'd so fucking hard. It do be like that. It do be like that. Let's go hit the Ossegal one. I got the marble, so that's cool. Good job, me. Honestly, I don't care. It's obviously usually the best magic stuff, so it's a coincidence that turned me. Yeah, they usually do. Also enjoy the Human Noble Origin, because you get that much more interaction with Tim Curry. Alright. Ossegal. It's in the underground section, right? After playing Dragon Age 2 as a mage, I'm not sure I can play it any other way. Warrior is too fun. Dragon Age 2 has the best combat series, don't at me. That's factual. That is true. That is real. Dragon Age 2 Warrior gameplay is the best in the series. That is objective reality. I will not be taking questions.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job.
Pass it. Oh yeah, you're right, you're right. I gotta go back and turn there. Yeah. Map. Map exists. Here. Good job dodging the traps. Thanks, I learned from you.
Will summon a fiendish fin foe.
If you could only play one game for the rest of your life, what would it be? Tough one. I don't know if I could answer that. Yeah, I'd be paralyzed by indecision and would never be able to choose. Like, I can't even pick a favorite food or a favorite song most of the time. All depends on what I'm feeling at the time. Okay, so I realize this is a thing that isn't in the Chaos Chamber, and that some people would be like, yeah, I'd like to see this in the Chaos Chamber. But here's the question about it. What does it do different? It is just a large shark. It does the same things as sharks. It is simply big. That's it. So, like, I still don't consider that different. What if I like large sharks? Wouldn't surprise me. Hit Sunfang next, I guess. Just different looking enemies, nice for brain and dopamine, I suppose. It's literally just a reskin, but okay. Definitely hit Weep Wild. Didn't do Tangle Drift on this character. You could knock that out. Pyramid? I didn't do the Pyramid Obelisk, I don't think. Let's do the Pyramid. I grab that marble too. Is that one closest? Or, you know, let me go to this one for the marble first. Yep, Cog. Actually, that'll be sick right now. Perfect use case example of Orkanar's Cog. We're doing Hammer Throw and Storm Smite stuff. This is fire damage, all damage, Clawbringer power. Goated. Legendary. Amazing.
One of my marbles is near. Smash it and release my memories.
Okay. Where precisely are you? Leave me alone. Fucking auto-mantle. Stop auto-mantling. You should turn that setting off. How do I get back?
Scurried like a rat around the field, laying down Leviathan scales and muttering his useless little
Oh, not legendary. Rare. I see what you did there. Obelisk is... Is that it down there? In this little section? That's probably it.
And he asks forgiveness. We curse him, and he calls back.
Can't jump down that far, can I? Guess I have to go from there? Ugh. So many collectibles hidden behind barriers and Karnak's wall. Yeah. Yeah, that is a thing. Love how for the last 2 days I've come out of my lurk and see you at the same spot. Really? That's a fun coincidence.
I would run if I were you.
Grab the poetry here. Okay, so we're good on that.
Bag. Got that going for you.
Prediction. What are we predicting, Roddy? We need a prediction for the Chaos Time Trial. It's gonna be a bit before I get to that, so remind me once we get there. Because I still gotta hit level 40.
This obelisk will summon the champion of the undead
afraid.
legions.
Was anything about
Beware his
me?
blade,
Me?
sharpened on the
I began
wailing
to throw off my
skulls of
armor.
the damned.
Just level up. I'm grabbing collectibles to do that.
She enforced on me. In time, I even carved away my fear. What was left, I knew was my own. Something no master could change.
Here comes the thunder.
You know, flamethrower your set? Yeah, I got one at level 27. It even already came with a gun damage enchant. Like, spicy stuff. Love empowering sizzles for the runaround, grabbing collectibles phase of playthrough, just ignore all the projectiles, bonk anyone who gets in your face. Very valid.
And death is your reward. Can't run from the storm.
Pistol's starting to be out leveled, but like, it's fine.
The Death Knight falls! His axe shall cleave the plate of knights no more.
4 Oath of Thunder with melee damage? That's pretty good. Honestly, I probably should be using that for hammer throwing stuffs. I'll pick it up at least. Do with your old Ghostblade build? I don't know. Maybe convert it to something else that won't be hard countered by Imelda. We'll see. I'm not gonna, like, get rid of it. I'm going to copy it and then send the gear over. And then probably delete the copy that I took the gear from. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Alright, let's see. Which obelisk do I still need? Oasis. Karnok's Wall? Karnok's Wall. I never explore Karnok's Wall, because by that point in the story, I'm just like, I want this to be done. Gonna lie down for a bit later. You feel better, Viper. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Hope it improves. How do you survive in the Frost River build? Do I need Vampire and Weapon or something else? I don't have any problems with running Amnesia. Bosses almost always one-shot me. Well, with bosses, you just don't get hit. You try very hard to simply not get hit. You strafe around them. You dodge the telegraphed attacks. There's boss attacks that you are not meant to be able to tank. Simply just not how the game is trying to get you to do the thing. It's like down there.
Hero,
Oh, Wester.
help me out with something.
We need help.
Check this out.
Yeah, no. I don't remember that quest. Like, at all. We needs a fedora. Random question, you ever played the Batman games? The Arkham ones? Yeah. Those are fun. Good time. That was fun. Our work here in this area is done. Oh, where am I actually going? Okay, so... This is my playthrough? Nice, Chris. Nice. Don't mind me just comparing maps. There's a couple areas I've heard Map Genie doesn't quite have correct. And I'm kind of seeing that now. That is not how that part of the map looks. But... ugh. Like over there? Blaster Fight farmable? It is. All bosses are like, once you've done them, you can just go back and do them after you've completed the story. All like big health bar on screen. Or not after you complete the story. After you complete that story mission plus started the next one, you can just go back and do them. There's not really much reason to do so. They have their dedicated drops and stuff, but like, I've never enjoyed that aspect of lands games. It's just simply not interesting to me. Especially since you can just fight them in the Chaos Chamber, like tougher versions. It's the same boss, but at higher levels, so bigger stats. The main stats I'm going for right now: melee crit and crit damage, status damage. Not sure that's right. No, that's pretty good. That'll get you where you're trying to go. Love the build. Yeah, I'm glad.
Sandy she-serpent, superior and stormy hellcraft.
Another reason I'd recommend going and doing this obelisk thing I'm doing is this gives you, I've mentioned the stat bonuses a few times, but specifically the obelisks give you constitution, which is health and wards. A lot of people complain about enemy damage on high chaos tiers, and some more tank against that couldn't hurt, right? That's exactly what we're achieving right now. Hey Ramen, how are you? Good to see you. Thinking about respecting my main again, want to focus more on spells only, really like the uniqueness of Trap Scowling, barely use stab outside. I mean, the whole thing about Trap Scowling is that it isn't unique, Emily. Trap Scowling is flexible because it just does nothing in particular. Like, what does Trap Scallion provide? What does Stabomancer provide to Spellshot that other classes can't? Let's go down that rabbit hole. What does Stabomancer specifically provide to Spellshot for a spellcaster build? Drowned Abyss, did I do that one? I don't think I did the Obelisk in Drowned Abyss. I did not. Cool. Exploit the weakness and dot stuff. Exploit their weakness is just damage, and dot builds based off spells aren't exactly prevalent. Armor bonuses and the edginess, that's the real answer. Yeah, whereas taking something like Graveborn meaningfully adds extra interactions. Taking Stabbo for Spell Shot for a Spellcaster build, all it does is make you crit more. That's it. That is it. More crits, which technically isn't even a damage increase, because you could just luck into those crits with another multi-class and just get more damage. Especially using spells that are capable of naturally critting, such as Ice Spikes, or spells that can be charged up to auto-crit, such as Laser Hand. Trapscallion is just simple and flexible. That's why people run it for Spellcaster builds. Trapscallion gun builds, but that's different. That facilitates some different stuff. But for Spellcasters, no real reason to do it. All I know is left side of Stabbo Tree is OP. Can really help the underpowered Spell Shot. True and real. What am I doing? Oh, I'm gonna go this way. True, but I feel like if I spec into Grave, it'd be more of a Grave play than a Spell Shot. Why? What makes you feel that way? And I'm not saying specifically Grave, but like if you're doing a Spellcaster build, there's very little to support anything doing better than either Deadshot or Chillmonger. Just a gut feeling. I don't know why. I see that as enough of a reason to just give something a try then. Ascension? Ascension is so sick. You got Ascension, you get Sanguine Sacrament, you get Stain of the Soul, you get Blast Gasp. And then plus you get Thralls plus Hydras. Like, yeah. Thanks for overcoming the sphere. Yeah, no worries. It can be tough to decide to try something new. Like, I have preferences as well in some areas, and I'm stuck in my ways. I just try to be aware of it. That's all you can really do. Come out with Quag merch. Is there going to be a line of beanies? Yeah, probably. I've thought about merch. I'll get back to you on that one, maybe short term. Chris. There's something I've been forgetting to respond to, because usually I handle, like, business stuff either right before or right after stream, and if I'm feeling like shit health-wise right before or right after stream, it just kind of goes on the back burner. It's something I've been working on in the background about. We'll see how that goes. Big crab. I was joking, but Pog. Figured I'd keep you updated there. Ooh, Frozen Orb with 3 spell charges. Now that's just fun. That's just fun. What emote would we most want on merch? That's a good question. Shadow wear Molten Mirror Armor? Yes. I actually want that for a Spellcaster build. with points and blast gas. That's something I'm keeping an eye out for. But, you know, I'm never on a character that has done that and is actively spinning the wheel. So it'll be something that my my dead shot probably goes to the bunnies for. Yeah, I'll probably go for that. Okay, so let's see. I got the marble. There's a marble in Bright Hoof. I haven't done that. Let's see, we did Mount Craw. The marble's in Queensgate. I haven't done that. There's an obelisk in Queensgate. Oh yeah, that's Ribula, isn't it? Quite cozy? Probably. So I can get that armor if I go grave for the quality of life change. It's not a bad pick. Now, realistically, you would need to do some pretty specific things and have a really good roll for it to be worth what you lose taking that armor, but a good roll would still be good. Troll the troll. Did I say Ribula? It's whatever this one is. I should take that for a new Hydra, but should buy that, but nope. Morning, Pinky. How you doing? Is that Ribula? Yeah, sorry. Getting me to get my words straight on non-Chaos Chamber things in this game? Good joke. Discovered that I still had the unpacked game files for the entirety of BL3 on a hard drive. 150 gigs now free, poggers. Nice.
This obelisk will summon a disgust.
Can't believe you're thinking about ribs. Now I'm hungry. What do you got against Audi belly buttons? Hello? Did you ever break in this morning? I didn't. Maybe get an unleveled glut. I hate that you called it that because now I have to call it that.
The troll falls! His horrid head shall sear the retinas of the innocent no more.
Let's see, how we doing on these? Complete all ancient obelisks, 2 out of 11. Chat, are you aware that we've completed 2 obelisks? Whatever you say, game. Only 2? Yeah, we've completed 2. And try 2 builds, 1 favorite spell shot, 1 favorite Greyborn tree. Thanks for the tips. My pleasure. They changed Frozen Orb, seems so much better than I tried in the olden days. Yeah, they buffed it with the patch that came alongside DLC 3. Buffed it pretty significantly. Yeah, we gotta do Tangle Drift and Oasis obelisks. Maybe that's what it means by 2. Maybe it's 2 remaining Copium. Probably get more obelisk done. Ah, yeah, good shout. Good suggestion.
Let's get
This
cooking.
game not the best at counting. Its heart's in the right place. It's just it's got the correct energy. Just it's learning. It's learning.
Everything was not fine up atop the beanstalk. For the magic bean was evil. Oh no!
Wow, getting this enchant this early if I was doing berserker stuff, that'd be crazy. This enchant is a fresh multiplier for Dreadwind, so like it's also just good rolls. Good crit damage. Vampire health. Allergies making me sneeze. You know, all the key points. Tangle Drift, Tangle Drift, Tangle Drift. There you are. Northwest. Okay.
No! Bad blood! Don't make me get more heads, flippers!
Quite a ruckus in there. Sounds fun.
Who's there? You better be here to help, whoever you are. Hero, damn am I glad to see you. You got my message, right? So you know about as much as I do about what's going down up here. But whatever it is, we gotta save these
There's the
people.
obelisk.
Meet me up ahead.
That's right.
Yeah, that's nice, Brick.
Very punch-father. And together, you shall punch evil right in its evil butt. Press on, Fate Maker, because evil's not gonna punch itself.
Don't ask me how I remembered that poetry page is there. I have no idea why that piece of information stuck in my brain. I don't know how my brain works. It just kind of does things.
There's more poem where that came from. Just talk to the poet and the writer.
Ha! I can get used to this. Carry some coin. I don't kill for free.
Okay, mantle on that. Oh, I remember this one too. Oh, rune switch is here. Oh, I probably should because I'm like here. Fine.
Hero, get over here. We got us some heroic ass deeds to do. You ready?
Excuse me. Auto mantle never mantles on what I need it to. The next one.
Time of puzzle death. And the perpetrator? Why, it was the newbie.
Watch a playthrough where they took those don't jump signs literally. How do I get there? I can't jump. There's something to be said for being the kind of person who would obey signs.
This obelisk will summon a winged wyvern, warped and wicked, and
So referring to Buffmeister as BM for the obvious poop joke. Approved. It was more like, how dare you tell me what to do, I'm jumping. We always leave our BMs on the ground, amen. My BMs are someone else's problem. Someone else can pick it up, but I'm not going.
A healing potion, eh?
Yep. Alright, I could stop and grab marbles here, but no. I don't feel like it. So let's go back to the overworld. Oasis next. Maybe not that one, Roddy. Maybe not that one. Drop a BM wherever I feel like. Castle, forest, throne room, tavern, no one can stop me. I found a BM in a fridge once.
What's in the pockets, eh?
At least I think it was a fridge. It was definitely someone's kitchen. Sometimes save one just in case. Where do you keep yours? Next to the marshmallows? Seeing the empty dice spots feels kind of sad. It does. The worlds in the overworld do feel kind of empty without the dice. It's a bit weird. Grandma used to have an old opaque container that said stool sample on it. If you opened it, there was a little wooden seat inside. Legend. That is peak comedy right there. Truly built different. BM and marshmallows, true as curse. Curse more no one asked for. Fuck, man. I'm a visual person. You didn't need to do that to me. Should replace the ones you've already seen with non-loot luck chest dice. I agree. That would be nice. So your bank is full of teeth, marshmallows, and BMs, Jaybridge? Okay. Ooh. Okay, so this is cool. This spell will spawn a shitload of hydras. We're buying it. Memes. Knuckled flaming spell. Ah, yes. It's flaming spell. I see. Don't judge. Well, look at the Hydras. Ready?
No time for prayers.
You get 6. 2 per projectile. 3 casts. Tis entertaining. I don't know if stool sample and stool use are unrelated anyway. Thank you for testing? So quiet, when do you plan on doing your 24-hour stream? Sure you've answered the question already, but I haven't been around much lately. The plan is late this month or at some point next month.
I can't wait to see what's inside.
I don't know.
I've got to carve out some time on each end. Also plan activities.
Now you've done it, chest opener. Doomed us all.
Just there's some prep work going into it, but it'll be a fun time.
What were you thinking, you ignorant cur?
And who are you to speak to me that way?
You likely
Okay.
know me. I am Garrett of Trivia, hunter of monsters, slayer of demons, kisser of witches. I protect
Bit sandy though. I hate sand.
money. And now you have released true evil upon it.
Sorry, I don't like sand.
And instead you have released the spirit of Celissa, the evil coiled water goddess. Now her foulness will corrupt the local desert coil.
Sell furniture, and there's a product we sell called the ribbon stool. That's a cursed Google image search.
They come.
Oh no.
I'll be back in a second.
Go, my children.
Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya?
Sand is problematic. It gets it, everything just stays there for years. But so do I, and you love me. I hate to admit it, Geek.
Warm down.
Kill irate coil. Good use of vocabulary. I respect it. Teaching gamers words.
Took you long enough. Come here.
Sure that spell? Keep an eye out for one? Sure. It is a luring elemental blast with 2 projectiles, repeating cast. So it spits out 6 hydras total.
We have to clean up your mess before Celissa condemns the coil to perpetual rage and fury. Or worse, decides to drown
Very
the
cool.
entire world.
No you.
Head to Celissa's eternal wellspring up ahead. Walking is for peasants,
Spell withdrawals?
so I'll
Yeah.
meet you there.
The thing about it though is that you could just like use a frostburn. It's same result. Really. You can get a 2 charge frostburn, even a 3 charge frostburn. But it's still cool.
You know, there's actually a prophecy about all this. It says the first seal will be broken by a bumbling, foolhardy. That's you, by the way. I'm getting the sense this guy isn't very nice.
Nope, he is.
So what's got Cranky Pants all cranky anyway?
Some people are just me.
Hey, what did you say your name was?
Garrett of Trivia, the most famous and prolific monster slayer in all the land.
Our turn managed to turn an L into a possible non-L. Let's go.
Come on, you've heard of me.
I wrapped a shirt around my head in absence of an eye patch.
Oh yeah?
Question mark?
I once
Are you okay?
while mounted
Logistically, that seems difficult.
I'm just concerned now. Don't say the thing. Okay. Be real quick. Okay.
bring me arcane pain!
I'm busy fighting real monsters at the moment, so clear out.
Stool and stool sample related. Stool sample came from the fact that in 1500 stool gonna be an amp for the privy. We got stool sample. Insert the more you know rainbow here. We learned something useful today, chat. You guys got any other poop related facts?
Here I stand, in the presence of Silica's primordial essence.
It smells bad? True. Did we though? We did, Control. We did.
To stand anywhere near it. Although it is the source
That's
of the
terrible.
water in
So it's me?
oasis, so it would seem
Oh, that was mean to me.
good can come out of even the wickedness.
I don't smell that bad. It's just I am sweaty right now. It is very hot today. I'm wearing a long sleeve black tee.
Gathering reagents for oils and potions and things to prepare for the fight with Silica. So you're on your own, which means shut up and leave me alone.
It smells like shit. Technically the truth.
Hey, not everybody's sunshine and candy balls, Val. Some people's got issues. He's one of them.
You do a poo and wipe. There's nothing on the tissue. Did you poo or was it there before you...
Good, but he's not gonna.
What? Why do I keep autopiloting myself to loot dice? I keep doing this.
They'll be shaking in their boots.
Oh, we got a level from that. Cool. Yay. Ooh, Scalawag. Oh, it's not melee crossbolts. That would have been great. Wombats pooping cubes? That's amazing. That's legitimately just interesting. Average bowel movement will contain more bacteria than there have been human beings inhabiting the Earth since the dawn of time, according to the National Institutes of Health. Interesting. How you doing, Jedi Monkey? That is a melee crossbow Scalawag. Yes, please. Also, because of the conversation, I read that as Scalawag of excrement. Just need you all to know that. Instead of Scalawag of excitement. And I regret this stream being the background chatter of Metro is farming. Don't you always, though, Chris? Can't bring myself to get all collectibles on all characters, so many side quests and dice and whatnot. You don't have to do it. And it's, that's the beauty of it. It's purely elective. I am choosing to do so for XP. And a bit of a stat bump. But, that's why I like recommending it for leveling. Because it's something you can do to accomplish multiple things at once. You know? Scatawag? Oh, no. One of my eyes watering, slightly bloodshot, so I want to cover it. Don't have eye patches, so just grab a shirt is long enough to wrap around my head. Well, I was gonna say keep an eye on it, but that'd be insensitive. Monitor the situation and seek medical attention if you need it.
I met a fair cyclops while drinking. I think we were both.
Please say keep an eye on it. No. Oh yeah, I set myself here because I was considering doing this quest, because it'd be something that'd be useful to me right now, but I kind of changed my mind. We got the poetry page, though. So let's go to the obelisk.
Quite enamored.
For the rest of that poem, simply walk your little leggy legs to the tavern in Brighthoof.
We're still instead of clearing all the dice and other characters, you just got the bonus, could still roll the dice in playthroughs. Yeah, you just get like the loot and the XP. That would have been cool. Victory Royale achieved. Playing Fortnite ramen, nice. I considered getting into it with the no building thing, but Battle Royales ultimately aren't my thing. In PvP lately. Quag's on his old man arc. Also his third person arc. So, leave it to the youngins. Rubbed uncooked rice in your eye? I don't recommend that. I don't think I recommend that.
Will summon an enormous Cyclopean eidolon from an eternal era.
Alliteration. I like it, Tina. Squag's on his third person arc. Quag got bad news about the game you're currently playing. I have no idea what you're referring to, Viper. Just look, third person. Yes, I switched to Cleansing Flames and waited for the cooldown just to do that. Okay. That's all the obelisks. Yeah, it was saying 2 because there were 2 remaining. Okay, so we got the Constitution buff. That's nice. I missed a bottle cap? Which bottle cap did I not get? Huh. I guess we can grab that. That'll be some easy XP. I don't feel like grabbing marbles here, so I'm not gonna. Don't recommend it, you're not saying no. I'm not your dad. I'm your quather. Those are different. Different things. I feel like I saw the bottle cap I missed, but I don't... What bottle cap did I not get? Oh, leave me alone. Pyroburst. Yes, Pyroburst. I love when Dragonlord said, I guess we're in Tiniest Wonderlands, and then died. Real. Oh, it's sort of around. Pretty sure I grabbed this, but we'll grab it again because they let you.
Time erodes all things. The forest will inevitably retake the
Probably by Crackmass.
The desert will consume the mightiest of cities. This was long believed to be true until a carelessly forgotten push broom revealed the truth. A generational
I did it again.
conspiracy by an ancient cabal of lazy
I keep autopiloting to dice.
determined to erase points of interest from the maps so that they wouldn't have to draw them anymore. Though war was quickly declared upon the conspirators, it proved difficult to locate them because, well, you know.
Yeah, it's this one.
When the Queen's Navy was
Good
first
shout,
formed,
chat.
they
Thank you.
quickly moved to cleanse the seven seas of pirates. This was a resounding success, until the privateers declared that there were actually 8 seas. The Navy rushed to secure the new sea.
Okay, level 37. We got like 2.5 levels of stuff left to do. What collectibles do we still have? Rune switches, we still have a lot to do. I've only done 2. A lot of marbles, a lot of poetry pages. One more shrine. But I don't want to put that in the pool. But I want the wisdom buff. Alright, I guess we're grabbing the Zumios thing.
12 Cs, all told. And so, the game of Warg and Hare has continued for centuries, with some claims as to the current number of Cs stretching into the lower 4 figures, depending on the pirate you ask and how much...
I'm interested in the whole self-conscious Dragon Lord. How did that happen? Does it have something to do with the table piece Tina has? So the way I see it is Tina's nuts. So the characters are just like manifestations of that. That's how I always interpreted. Like, I don't think Dragon Lord and Izzy are actually sentient. Because, like, that opens up this whole can of worms of, I forgot I need to actually go talk to Mike. Opens up this whole can of worms of, like, is magic, like, non-siren magic, real in the Borderlands universe? Like, What makes you think Tina's nuts? No, just the hunch. Just the hunch. Just sell some of this old stuff. I could go grab that marble. Quick XP. Now let's go talk to Mike. Oh, never mind. Wonderland's UI moment.
The enemies are on the...
Anyways, gotta run to the doctor, see you folks later if I make it. Sounds good. Schedule appointment. Okay, hope all goes well. Bear in mind, this is a board game in a universe where people can leech other people. True. Quake and Sunder. Expensive. Chain lightning bolts are fun. That's a ×2 and it's not a fear not, so bad. Still using bunkers and badasses to process her feelings of losing Rowan. Yeah. Grief is an ongoing thing. Theory is that Tina named Izzy after encounter with Mancubus when he traded for the magic dice, giving sentience. Huh. Be interesting to see them spell something like that out.
Got that going for you.
Mancubus playing a slightly more prominent role in the next Borderlands game to make a lot of sense. I mean, would it though? How often do Borderlands DLC characters, like, ever remain relevant to, like, the main story stuff. Moxie is an exception. Like, side characters and DLCs. You get a Nakayama callback in TPS. Okay. Ember is referenced in later DLCs in Borderlands 3. Okay, but that's just a reference. Like, a more prominent role? I don't really see it happening. Athena? Sure. Athena, Nox. Moxie was DLC? Yeah. Moxie was not a playable character, but she was DLC content in the first game. Forgot someone fucking important. Torg? Again, major role? I don't know about major. Ever played the first game? Yeah, Moxie was DLC. He won't come back. It'd be cool if he did. I thought he was a cool character, yeah. Spell using now. It is a luring elemental blast. Times 2 projectiles and repeating. So it spawns 2 hydras with every cast, and we get 3 casts per charge because it's repeating. It's pretty fun. Let a man can just vibe at his bar, serving drinks. But it's not Moxie, so what's happening there? We need to start an uproar on Twitter. Hey Beaver, how you doing? Scooter talked about his mom in the base game. Hot dog and a skag, then am I right? You never actually met her till DLC? Right. Hot dog and a skag. I'm a visual person. I just pictured an actual, like, pack of skags attacking a hot dog. I want this world to find out what the heck happened to Captain Scarlet. She left. She just peaced out. I just feel dizzy. Think I should lay down and stay safe, everyone. Feel better, Sora. Just got here, did the ball camp router. I've done nothing wrong. I've done nothing wrong.
My night intern is near the forest, and he's got a reward for you. If he's still alive.
Over here, hero! Ooh, you done wrecked them bad guys good, hero! Paladin Mike has authorized me to open the Royal Reserve.
I know what happened to Scarlet. She's right next to the Shrine of Moolah. Ah, backstab. I see what you did there. So, Paladin Sword is nice for leveling, because it gets 2 hilts, Rampage and Warrior. And you can use Warrior to your advantage for other melee things. Rampage isn't great, but it's something. It's also got decent crit stats compared to some other things, and a high base damage. So, it's a good starter weapon for, like, Executioner's Blade, in particular, if you're doing that kind of thing. Okay, we're gonna do an experiment. Speaking to Scooter, anyone else check out movies with Mikey? He did a great one about Rise of Skywalker. I'm not familiar. Not familiar. Morning, Natas. How you doing? Is that Rabbit on Cheryl's account? What are you doing, Rabbit? How you doing, Rabbit? Alright, we got 2 and some change levels to get. Let's see if we can get those efficiently in here. Boss run. The Cheryl's not on my account. Ah.
Let's get casting and blasting.
Corrupted plate mail. Ability crit chance is nice. It has a point in awe. But it's a plate mail. Take it. I don't know if that's an upgrade. This plate mail is just kind of a sidestep. Here for 2 days before TwitchCon. Ah. Warkanar. I was probably gonna get 70 bag spaces open to transfer gear. I still have, like, 40 open from the Great Bow stuff. Urban Mech, so I'm gonna use those.
I've got all the magic I need.
Do appreciate if you get a Melda and see if anyone's from hitting edges. A bullying boss during a playthrough. Same. Got myself with dots, but it's fine. Hey dog, how you doing? Busy ass morning, finally able to come chill. I'm glad it's slowed down enough so you can do that. How you doing? Ouch. How'd the Great Bow shooting go? We did 2 rounds of shooting the 74. And in that 148, I got one ascended fire used great bow. One ascended out of all that. But still, one is more than 0. So let's use waterfall. It's super effective. Ooh, Head of the Snake could be interesting with what I happen to be doing right now, honestly. Hydra build. Honestly, thinking about a Gloombringer Hydra build with Tyrant's Truth, and it doesn't sound bad. Actually, like that actually sounds pretty good. Threads of Fate's fighting for spawn, Mage Staff and spells see it everywhere. At least Threads of Fate is actually like decent post buff. It's obviously fighting against a bunch of spells that are much more than decent, but Threads of Fate ain't bad. Genuinely like it. Requires a lot of build attention, but I do like it. Dragon Lord? You could have just not done this to me, game. Could have Melda. Oh wait, it can't. Exactly. It's really nice not living in constant fear of Imelda. Like, really nice. I kinda want to just try this. Run the one with Swift Death? Ugh. No. Fuck.
That's more like it. Another notch and not a coin to show for it. Well done, my lovely. Tell the Reaper I sent you.
I just scored a Barrel Maker twice during my playthrough this past week. That was fun, but sounds sick. Barrel Maker's AoE's gotta be super nice for leveling. Game's like, oh, you want to level quickly? Here, have Dragon Lord. What are we accomplishing today? So the goal is we're gonna get to 40 on this character, and then I'm going to transfer over here. From my existing Ghostblade save, and we're gonna do Chaos Climb with that, with the timer up. I hopefully have enough time left in the stream for that. We've been live for almost 3 hours. I might end up having to go late, because Chaos Climb on a just C35 geared build took 2 hours. We'll see. We'll see. Last one's favorite good for playthrough? Yes, actually. Enemies don't have that much health, and getting things early like the blank slate we used, that's ability crit chance and ability damage, and we don't have the issue of the opportunity cost of losing class power at endgame. So it's just like enough damage. It's also good for awe when you don't have like good cooldowns on things yet. Might end up keeping it for awe purposes, the endgame version, honestly. Go to stream here for it. Yeah, we might go on. We'll see. I still don't feel great today, but like, I'm motivated. Universal Soldier. Useful. Yeah, I guess these don't pop up until level 40. Or maybe you have to be in Chaos levels. I don't know, one of those. Feel better, hope this helps. The stream always helps, yeah, Chris. Yeah, I appreciate the kind words. Quaking's under with double radius parts. Turn the L to W, let's go. Anywho, sorry for dipping in and out. Should be back consistently here for a bit. Nothing to be sorry about, Viper. I'm glad you're claiming W's. That. Barrel Maker at level 11 of my current playthrough. It's been nuts. That sounds great. Is the Theurge doing funny things with the repeating cast or not? Theurge only triggers on the start of a cast. So I would have to stop and start on like a multi-charge repeating spell. For me to get multiple out of it. So no, it's giving me one activation.
Come on, have some.
If we get some fast bosses on this one, it'd be pretty good. Because we got, what, a full level from that boss run? That wasn't bad at all. This might be the heat for leveling. Boss runs are very fast. Not found a usable one yet? Yeah, specific amulet farming is pretty tough. It took me literally hundreds of hours to get any decent tier, just actual pain. Storm Surge won't leave me alone, chat. I got one from Drill during the playthrough as well. Great connoisseur. Okay. Probably gonna Dragon Lore again after that. Yeah, we got Banshee. I'm gonna put on From the Shadows because we have Crit Connoisseur. Fuck you, Banshee. These new telescopes, you can look like 13 billion years back in time. If you did that and looked at Earth from that distance, you'd be able to see we started the amulet farm. Oof. Real. You go, Hydras. You go. Hydras did way more than my sword explosion did. That's a sentence. Banshee, he like, did someone say Ghostblade? How dare you? How dare you? I know who's gonna farm my amulets, my lineage, shout out to my great-grandkids already gonna be on that perfect BL3 relic farm.
The fearsome dragon returns, eh?
You could set it up as like a legend type situation where your very, very distant descendants have been told stories of the concept, but they don't think it's real. And then one day a chosen one does it through some sort of prophecy type thing. It's gonna be a lot of work to set all that up, but you could. Get to writing prophecies now. I think I'll write them on Xbox One controllers. Whatever you say. That actually works out real nicely. Because if I get a kill with my hammer throw, I get my Hydra spell back. Could be spice. Blue bunnies are the guy himself in the overworld gate. Which item are we talking about again? Every time I hear Chosen One, I think Kung Pao under the Fist. Good taste. For the Theurge? Oh, bunnies. Bunnies for sure. You at least have other things that can drop to be useful to you. It's an icebreaker Vic Rush with top AoE damage, cryo, and SMG damage didn't exist. Pain. Actually, wait, the spell charge thing won't work because I don't have multiple charges. Never mind. Still, Greatsword has better crit stats, so it helps the damage now. To fulfill this prophecy, you need a perfect white elephant, company man, and 2 shiny, perfect IV legendary Pokemon. Yes. It's a funny enchant, but no. Huh. Well. Hello. Hi there. That's gross. How many spell damage am I set up right now? Alright, we'll get some. Let's... Yeah, we'll take that. That is a drop that happened. Spec Nimble Fingers for spell damage? Yeah. Forgot Company Man would be 10 times worse than a base game relics. How you doing, Lizzie? Like, that armor drop is good enough that that's still gonna be, like, useful to me later. Like, at level 38, that's still better than a lot of level 40 armors I have. It's, armor farming. Alright, we got one more level to go. Doing well, how are you? Also doing well. Yeah, boss runs are definitely good XP if you have a decent kit. These relics can be farmed in M1 so I can go faster. For Company Man? Yeah, the thing is, with how powerful you can get in BL3, that didn't really make farming faster. If anything, the alternative Company Man farm, other than doing Hemovorus, because the Hemovorus one, unless you left Vermi alive, which was often hard to do because of how much damage you did, instead of that, you could equip a Schluter and then go to any of the named enemies in DLC 6, but then that used world drops. So you wanted higher mayhem levels for higher world drop rates. It was a awkward situation. Just after the Sword Explosion buff, got a chaotic times 3 cryo level 30 in my bird playthrough, carried me all the way to C35. Sounds right. Better than a sawmill, by the way. Literally better than a sawmill. Sawmill. Sag. Started playing through with a friend, the wheel is so good. I'm really liking the wheel as well, yeah. It can be difficult getting an adequate amount of souls to put into it, but something I did on this playthrough a lot was I used the wheel to stay on level. Or not the wheel, the DLCs. I just went and farmed enemies in DLC 3 for a couple levels every once in a while, and you get some souls while doing so. The wheel is just a nice injection of, at the very least, money. But you can also get good loot. Wheel's great now. Only complaint with it is I still would like the animation to be faster. That's it. Do the Minecraft cart room? Yeah. That is what I do. Minecraft cart. Why did I say Minecraft cart? We talked about Minecraft earlier. Minecart room? Yes. Minecraft invented carts, chat, if you didn't know. But they stole it from Destiny, because Destiny was the first video game. Which is almost too good for a playthrough. Every Lands game has had a way to get loot too good for a playthrough fairly easily. I'm not really worried about it. But I do get your meaning. Keep going, I have to wait for my friend. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I have trouble with like tangent playthroughs, because I always just want to play. Easy. Do have a therapy appointment soon, so I have time right after, thankfully. Nice. And unrelated, good for you taking care of your mental health. Just as you become an adult and have access to money to do shit with friends, no one has the damn time. Also the truth. I was on the phone with one of my good friends last night, and we hadn't spoken in like months, but that's kind of how it goes. Like, I once just forgot to return a call for like 5 years, and then just called. And it's just one of those kinds of friendships, you know, where it's like, oh, you were busy, I get it.
Only dust shall remain. I feel a storm coming.
Best mates, I love them so much. Oh yeah, how often do you talk? Like once a season? Yeah. Like, I'm terrible at staying in contact with people. It's just how I work. So nice being young still. Not excited. Ultimately, once you're an adult, you get out of life what you put in. Like, I don't know. We put too much focus on how we approach life at different age brackets of adulthood. I know people who are fucking retirement age who are more youthful than I am. And I know people who are younger than I am who have their shit together better. Like, it's still an individual thing. Best friends from high school and I call each other a couple times a year. We don't live in the same city, we don't see each other often. Every call is like we talked last week. Those kinds of relationships are very valuable. Always good to have people like that in your corner. Like, this paradigm is really nice for Storm Smite damage when I have Nimble Fingers up. I don't really have ability damage otherwise. My blank slate was providing it, but now I get class power and that. It's real nice. I want to do Storm Smite stuff at C50 now, just to see if it can be, like, at all decent. You got Protagonizer for that? Probably mix in a healthy amount of actual damage to the hammer. But my friends and I can stay in touch after high school. You don't always. You don't always. But it is nice when you do. I don't really stay in touch with anyone I went to high school with. Every few years I might talk to a couple of my friends from there, but like, I wouldn't say we remained close or anything. Just life kind of happened. Stay in touch with the good ones? Yeah. Like, my closest friend from high school, I helped him move, like, a couple years ago. Like, we hadn't talked in a while. Just I happened to move back to the area, so like we caught up. Went grabbed a drink, stayed in contact for a bit. I helped him move. Haven't talked in a while, but you know, it's the line of communication is there. In high school, I'd say I had dozens of friends I would stay in touch with too. I had like 4 or 5 that I would call like friends, you know, rather than just associates with the same social circles. Yeah, I don't really stay in contact. The thing is with high school, is you were very likely not anything like the person you were going to remain for your adult life. You were very likely not anything like that person yet. So, just kind of change. Doesn't mean you're not going to associate with those people, but likely means you are going to be a different person in a matter of a couple of years. I was a douchebag in high school. I had not yet developed the ability to talk to people in a lasting sense. Call it socially stunted. Had a few rough experiences in childhood. So I didn't like get real people skills until college. Very weird thought. It's not like a... It's not like an instant thing at all. It's just your experience is shaky in life in general, right? And it's simple. At that point in life, you would very likely have not had that many experiences yet. This is not always true, but you are shaped by your life. You've lived very little of it in that point. Especially, likely haven't had much independent life. Don't get me wrong, we still act like we're 15 around each other. Yeah, we're all very different than we were back then. I also love how Dragonlord says you wanted to meet Bernadette. Who, the Bernadette didn't even exist? Yeah. Throwable hole. Nice. You know, if I had kept the blank slate on, those few times I took it off, I'd probably be level 40 right now. Oh, we gotta do one more run. But that's okay. Wow, green rings don't even have... They can roll without primaries? What? I thought that was white rings only. Apparently greens can do that too. Huh. And now we clear out the inventory. Amulets too?
Come on, have some fun.
So we'll probably just quit out of this run as soon as we hit 40, and then I'll go over and swap the gear. It'll definitely be a long stream today. Probably looking at an extra hour of stream time.
You didn't beg. Well, that goes for you.
Not gonna lie, Dragon Lord seems a little bitter. A little bit. A little bit. Gotta go back, chat. I hope you have an amazing rest of the stream. Yeah, have a good one, loser. Thanks for stopping in. And, same to you as well. I already said that. Thinking about what I want to do. You ever have two thoughts at the same time, and then one of them just kind of spirals out? Yeah, that happens. Anyway, why'd I take Nullify? What was wrong with me? I knew accident. How did the snake with ability damage? It's trying, but like, no. Say Nullify is a good test of damage diversity in someone's build. Not really diversity, just a good test of having damage. It simply takes all of your damage you're gonna do over anything other than like one instance of damage, and it just lowers it. So yeah, I think it's a good test of your build. If you're still able to clear efficiently with Nullify on, then you got a good foundation. I think Toothless is more of a skewed test because some builds are much more reliant on crits than others, whereas all builds are trying to do damage. So I think Toothless can be a little unfair to some builds. Nullify, yeah. Might hate me? What's up, son? What you got? Storm Smite is just so fun. There's 40. Alright. Now, we go to the Ghostblade build, copy it, put the gear away, then, go from there. Primordial Frost Banshee, good damage roll with Caustic, Primordial Frost, Salt and Battery with Vampire, Primordial Poison, Salt and Battery with Archmage, did 1 round. Nice. Wouldn't hate you at all, because I got Ascended Banshees, son. I'm simply in another league. Getting this gear out of the bank is going to be the real annoying part. Like, getting to the sigil in there, ugh. Whatever. Okay. I think that's everything important. Hey, soccer chick, how are you? Okay. Making sure I didn't delete that stuff. Now we pull out all that stuff from the bank. Keeping track of everything's gonna be a nightmare, but well, got no sleep and impressed by your organizational skills. Impressed by my organizational skills? That's a red flag. That is a crimson flag. I forgot to put the other theurge away. This will be fine. Said it's sawmill sad? Yeah, Cranberry. It hurts me to look at. I keep it there for some dark side shit. Like, I look at it and my hatred grows or something, I don't know. When did I get a Primordial Love-Struck Bow? I'm gonna have to do something with that. I also still need to test if Head of the Snake works on that. It's like, it shouldn't. But, like, it's possible that it does.
I'm gonna make so much coin. I'll need a whole building just to hold it. Then I'll dive into it like a swimming hole. And then I'll pay a cleric to resurrect me.
Your method for deciding what's bank-worthy is just chaos. It's a case-by-case basis, honestly. Not a lot of rhyme or reason to it. That should be able to gear.
Gold sounds like a great way to break every bone in my body.
Got a respec. Less than an hour until work party with barbecue and ice cream. Let's go. Okay. Eating salads all week in preparation. So I'm starting up Live Split. Probably change my title to reflect this. Alright, prediction, yes. We'll do if it's sub 2 hours or not. I'll give you guys 20 minutes to participate in this one. And do it from encounter start. And I'm not going to stop for loading screens or anything. Okay. So, because this is like my C50 gear right now, these first few are going to be pretty dummy fast. And I also don't need to look at gear. Don't need to optimize my crystals. Don't need to worry about any of that. We're pretty set for a while. Did you do bunny room? Yes. And that was 35 to 50 that took 2 hours, Roddy. 35 to 50 while using the bunny room. Nice, Smithy. Nice. Just gonna go over there, I guess. I don't think it's gonna be sub 2 hours, like, being completely honest with just how long boss animations are. But, like, I've also never done a climb from 1 already geared. So... Fuck it, we're doing Diablo style. This map sucks. Drill and Dragon Lord add a lot of time no matter how fast you kill them. Right. If you don't one-shot Wastard, he adds a bit with his animations too, as does Nightmare. A lot of the bosses just have forced animations you have to go through. Zomboss has it, Wastard has it, if you don't one-shot him. Celissa if you don't one-shot, or, you know, burn quickly, but we will. Dragon Lord only has some skippable stuff. It's easier to list the bosses that we don't have to, like, wait on, and that's Banshee, Parasite. We won't have to wait on Celissa because of the amount of damage we have. Any other bosses we don't have to wait on at all? Might just be only be a couple. 2 levels up at a time of 35 should help to climb some, though. Yeah, it should. There's some bosses we're not going to have to see very often. It isn't a rotation, so we know the exact rotation. Exclamation point Chaos Trials for the list. But hopefully that distribution happens to give us good clear times. LeChan's definitely going to be the biggest hurdle. Oh, absolutely. LeChance was the real maker. Under 20 minutes to do what, 32 runs? Something like that. Does Banshee have some iframes? No, not really. mean, maybe very limited amount at the very beginning, maybe. But if she does, less than Zomboss.
The fearsome dragon returns, eh?
5 times 32. It's entirely possible we get a couple, like, 4-minute runs in there. Because there's a couple that are very quick. But yeah, I don't know if it's possible.
I don't do warnings.
We will see. Ghostblade is very, very fast at bossing.
8 will be 8.
Especially when you're overgeared. So we'll have to find out. Saw someone say on Twitter to push BL4 by 2030 to get rid of bugs. Push BL4 to 2030 to get rid of bugs. I mean, people talk about BL4 a lot. It's something I don't necessarily give a shit about. Which, I don't know, that might be weird to hear from a LANs content creator, but, like, I'm not gonna rush that. It'll come out when it comes out. It's not like we don't have content to play. Something I see a lot in gaming spaces in general, but most notably looter gamers, is there's no amount of content that would ever be enough for them. Ever. Like, it could be the week of a content release, and they'll be like, have they not added anything more? Like, bro, it's been a week. Just give us TPS remaster with actual DLCs. I wouldn't mind it. Enemy density is probably going to be what stops this sub 2 from being realistic. And we're not doing something like Ruby's Spite, where we can just pow 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 pow. On some level we do need enemies to be behaving. The over-leveled Scalawag is not really very distinct from Ruby's, other than projectile speed. One thing I'm slightly worried about though, my ammo. Enemies? Hello? Requirement for line of sight looks time killer to me. Yeah. If we get rooms like this obelisk, we can just do these fairly quickly, but having to chase enemies around like that, that's gonna be the big thing. Am I dead? No. Only mostly dead.
Good for what ails you. Could a cat have done that? I think not. Let's get cuffed sting.
Shark's already feeling tanky. At least to the gun on my non-gun build. At least that's how I feel when I don't have Shark's Fan on, making them just... Gotta actually crit them. Otherwise... How little I'm casting Slip and Stone's probably the move here.
Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though. You get the blame.
Beat the Dragon Lord, no legendary game bad. Any scarcity of legendaries in this game can be traced directly back to people who don't know what they're talking about, complaining about the loot system in Borderlands 3. The blame lies squarely at their feet. I will die on this hill.
Think I'll let my blade do the work.
Be on that hill with you. See, that was 7 minutes. We had some very abysmally slow rooms. I should really use a spell that casts faster to have better haste uptime and theurge access, but oh well.
Enter the chaos.
I've got all the magic I need. I rescued him, but really, I feel he rescued me.
Want 8-box slot rerolls? Yo, me too, Chris. Me too. Let's get really lucky. It looks like it'll be very difficult to be under 2 hours. Yeah, I'm curious to see what the actual time will be. Let's find out. But, you know, it's not impossible. Unless we start getting some real cracked runs and I develop some strat. But it's not impossible. I'm sure sub 2 is possible with other builds. Like Punchbot, Pixies. Those things.
And death is your reward.
still curious to see how this one holds up. Hawken? Hawken has travel time. So, maybe. Hawken has more of a travel time margin than the other stuff of that tier. Like, Ruby Spike projectiles just go faster. Pixies cover more ground and, you know, go around corners a little bit better. Stab-o-matic projectiles are just instant. 2.4 minutes per chaos level. What do you guys think? Should I like cancel the prediction and we go with more realistic time figures? Because we still got time. Travel time, less aim time, and ability to minimize movement to reach stuff. Yeah, Hawken would definitely still do well. I just don't think it would do as well as Pixies. Probably not Stab-o-matic. Be faster than this, though. Pixies, I don't think catches that. Stab-o-matic can for some things. Trickster Ice Spike for something like this could probably, like, doing these geared runs, Trickster Ice Spike would probably be very competitive. $30k no, because it's nearly impossible right now, so I'm okay with you canceling and redoing.
Now that's the good stuff.
Yeah, we'll just let it ride. We'll let it ride.
Careful now, she's sharp.
This is something I want to refine as like a format for me to do from time to time, because I just like the idea of this. It reminds me of Endgame Rush, so I like it.
I think I'll let my blade do the work.
Yeah, well, I like you. You're a cool dude. Thanks, Chris. You are too. I appreciate that. Oh, Banshee. The interpretive dance works. Is that crossbow? I'm using a Scalawag. It is a non-unique Skulldugger pistol. The reason why I'm using it is they can roll in all elements. You can get multiple projectile counts. You get ×1, ×2, or ×3, depending on what other parts you have. But for this build, it's really nice to have a ×2 Scalawag and either fire or lightning. Fire or lightning are nice because they help me keep my awe skill in the Clawbringer tree up. And it can have a blade, a 25% melee damage blade, which will just passively boost your melee damage simply for holding the gun, but also it can have melee crossbolts. And melee crossbolts are just really, really impactful in the damage formula. So this will boost my Snake Stick Hydras, my Ghost Blade, my actual melee attacks, just for having shot an enemy a few times. And because it's Skulldugger, I don't need to reload, as long as I have some trigger discipline. Crossbow barrel Skulldugger pistols also have homing bullets, so I don't really need to aim too much either. Hey Kinsbomb, how you doing? And it's got a decent fire rate and multiple projectiles, meaning it's also good at building up follow-up, and then applying the crossbolts themselves rather quickly. Nice, thank you, you're very welcome. In my opinion, the Scalawag is something that pretty much every melee build out there should keep an eye out for. If nothing else, you want a gun that applies crossbolts well. Scalawag, Tootherator, and Fear Knots, specifically the guns with wings kinds of Fear Knots, are go-tos of mine for that. And this applies to anything that's melee damage. So this includes things like Ghost Blade, Storm Dragon's Judgment, Live Wire, all that stuff. Stab-o-matic even.
I'm getting the hang of this killing business. What have we here? Yeah, just as we practiced.
Seems like a weapon you'd always want in your inventory regardless of the build. If you're doing a build that doesn't have any involvement with melee damage at all, then you don't have much of a use case for Scalawag, because in terms of directly doing damage with the gun itself, it's not noteworthy. But it is a great utility gun for anything that's dealing with melee damage. You somehow break 2 hours and be broke? I doubt it's happening. That's at least a fast room because of the colony shrooms. Ghostblade seems to recharge very quickly. I have a Theurge amulet on, so anytime I cast a spell, I get 20% of the cooldown back. I also have, I'm pretty sure this is an Ancient Hilt. Am I using my Ancient Hilt right now? This might be my Warrior Hilt, actually. No, it's my Warrior Hilt. Having an Ancient Hilt weapon does help as well. I'm not currently doing that, though. Yeah, this is pretty much just base Ghostblade cooldown, aside from the Theurge.
Now that's the good stuff.
Is 2 hour time limit account for body breaks? I'm gonna have to go at some point soon, I think. I was gonna leave it running. just gonna do real-time rules. These unhealthy gamer brain rules. Would more cooldown make a big difference with this setup? Not really, no. Because the best outlets of cooldown are gonna be either Theurge, which would just, you could cast more spells to get more cooldown back, or an Ancient Hilt. Ideally, a combination of the two. The best way to deal with cooldowns is to just bypass them, so we can just constantly shave off chunks. Generally speaking, though, with this build, most bosses, unless they have some sort of phase change, they do not survive long enough for us to need multiple Ghost Blades. So it's just quality of life for if there's a room that lasts long enough for me to need Ghost Blade twice. That's what that's helpful for, but that's usually not a thing that happens. Because I have my snake sticks, and my spell, and all that.
Well, that's settled, isn't it?
What an epic belly rub you shall have.
Say pause for breaks. When the quiet character comes out, you have to do the prediction again and set it closer to whatever the end result of this one is. I won't really know the character well, and I'm probably going to want to climb organically with Blight Caller so I can learn it. I'm rushing this one because this is just replicating a build I already have. Like my Clawstalker Ghostblade setup, this is just that again. So I already know how to play this build. That's what makes doing speeds on it interesting to me.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job. Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya?
This new claw you're on? Yeah, Steve. Yeah, we hit 40 today, and I transferred over my gear from my Ghostblade setup, and we're seeing how fast we can go 1 to 50 while already geared. Because I thought it'd be a cool science experiment. So for the most part, this is statistically identical to my other Clawstalker, except I don't have the collectibles. Still missing a lot of those. But we have some. We're just vibing, we're cruising. It's one-shot C50 Solista for the first time. Let's go, Brendan. You have much greater many points specifically to increase your survivability. No, this is not a terribly tanky build. In terms of my hero points, it's all in on crit damage and then status damage with the remainder in crit chance. My survivability is coming from my body rune, which is my ward. It heals me for a percentage of my max HP every time I get a kill. So that's a big part of it. On C50, I also tend to use a fortifying sigil rather than the Smithy's Ire that I'm using right now. Because that not only provides me a damage buff while I'm inside, but it also heals me while I'm inside for a pretty good heal over time. And it blocks enemy projectiles, which can be very useful. So sigils are a really good shout for builds that are on the squishier side like this one. But my main survivability is killing things. Ghostblade kills very quickly, as long as the hitboxes allow it to connect. So that's what this build's all about. Best defense is a good offense. Actually, I'm going to amend that statement. Best defense, the second best defense, is a good offense. The best defense in this game is movement speed, which we do have a bunch of. Sabomancer gets some naturally from haste. But movement speed is the best defensive stat in this game because enemies that cannot hit you cannot kill you. And almost all boss attacks have a telegraph which allows you to just run away, or crouch, or jump, or strafe, or do something. So between movement and a sigil, you just don't get hit.
I've got all the magic I need.
How does Body Rune work with Blood Frenzy? Does it stack? They're completely independent of each other. You would get the effects of each, yeah. Cancel that sooner. Whatever. Trying to figure out the ultimate plan we got here. Yeah. Just going through. This is going to be a replacement of my Ghostblade save. This one has not done DLC 2 and will never do DLC 2. Oh yeah, fire. We're cruising.
Choose, Fate Maker. Enter the chaos.
Do melee bolts increase melee damage or just melee attacks? Yeah, melee damage. Not just melee attacks, melee damage. So yeah, it does work on Ghostblade. That's why I'm using the melee bolts. Primarily. I do occasionally do actual melee attacks. For the sake of the attack and also to spawn my Snake Stick Hydras. But those are also melee damage, the Hydras, and they also benefit from the bolts. So any melee damage benefits from the bolts. And the great thing about the bolts, Koala, is that they are entirely multiplicative with everything else in the melee formula. They're not the regular old melee damage bonus, they are unique. They are huge. Love seeing build smelt bosses disintegrate a huge group of trash mobs. Yeah, me too. My brain is trying to go fast, so I'm trying to speak fast, even though that logically doesn't make any sense. enemy density be like? That's KS35 with my claw, gonna climb more tonight. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Oh, don't look so surprised!
You use Sacred Ground and zombies. It's okay, Ghostblade don't care.
Ready to bring the arcane pain? Someone might miss you, but I didn't. What? Afraid of a mortal wound? Eat or be eaten!
Any mobs you have more trouble with on this character? The blooms can be awkward if they're an element that I'm not equipped to handle. So like the burning ones can be a bit awkward because right now my Ghostblade, my Hydras, and my gun are all fire. But I do have the Oath of Thunder bonus element, so that's what's allowing me to still kill them with melee damage. So that's fine. That would probably be the mob that's the most awkward for me. There's some bosses that are awkward because of hitbox issues. Like Banshee's hitboxes can be a little unresponsive depending on which angle I'm at, but you can overcome that. Dragon Lord's a little awkward because Bernadette doesn't like to get ghostbladed either, so I do have to shoot guns there. And Imelda is absolutely terrible with Ghostblade, so I avoid that too. I do have a Stab-O-Matic for some situations like that, but I try not to use it. Like, I could be using Stab-O-Matic the whole time right now, and it would be faster, but I don't want this to be a Stab-O-Matic build. I want Stab-O-Matic to be a tool in the build, if that makes sense. Anytime you have the modifier stay back, that does affect this build pretty negatively. Something to keep in mind. I am 1 point out of line with my normal iteration of this build. I did take Indomitable for some survivability. Normally I go all in on damage, and I just take 6 total points in awe, 3 from my armor, 3 from skill tree. But I think currently I have, because my choice of armor and 1 less, I think I have 4 in awe right now, which is still very good. Just I want a little more survivability oriented. So my damage is lower than what it could be. That is unless Indomitable is on, in which case then I have technically more damage because I have that bonus element. Hey Ferolia, how you doing? Yeah, I'm averaging at about 6 to 6.5 minutes per run. So, well, that puts us on pace for 2.5 hours, something like that, for the time.
Now the fun.
Doing well, how's the playthrough going? Using items you had or newly farmed. We used items I had until level 40. And then as an experiment. Hey, Koala, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. Thank you. As an experiment, we're seeing how fast we can do a full Chaos climb with my existing build just on this new character. I should help Fire Friend. Just being a good friend. It's slower. Gotta be a good friend. How to get lunch? What's our level? We are on Chaos Trial 11 right now. Closer to 3.5 hours? Really? For all those runs? That's unfortunate. I suppose a minute here, a minute there really adds up with the raw number of trials we have going. I know I can optimize this and get this sub 2. I just have to do some things I don't want to do, such as shoot this thing. Where enemy? Also, I'd have to not have this happen to me. Takes a while to get through trials. I don't mind, because when you're doing this naturally, it's still part of the gearing process. Like, you're still picking up loot as you go through here. And for anyone who's still progressing myth rank and actually spending their myth rank tokens, you get that. And most importantly, you get experience with your build at different levels of difficulty, so you know where your strengths and weaknesses lie. You get to fight most things in the game in your Chaos climb. Most enemy types, every boss multiple times. You get to do a lot. So it kind of prepares you for things. And I think having to do that progression is really important for getting a handle on endgame. But above all, I just enjoy the core gameplay of this game. So I'm doing the core gameplay with my build, having a good time. 214.5 minutes. It'll be a long stream. That's okay. I'm trying to hit that that hours goal this month anyway. I wonder how many levels before I cave and just start shooting these Stab-O-Matic. Claw hasn't done a Melda. This character never will. Damage your cursed crabs take. They take ghost blade damage. That's all that matters. Doing the other DLCs. We've already done the first 2 forms of Feodor on this, I will probably be avoiding chumps. Not that this build can't handle chums, it's just I don't want that stuff in my loot and Chaos Chamber pool on this character. I want to keep it more base game. I'm okay with Theodore being in here because we have Stab-O-Matic for Soul Cells, and also it means we can roll Stab-O-Matic and Smithy's Ire in loot pool. Also, I'm okay with Tyrant's Truth going in the pool when I do complete Form 3 on this, because I want that for other builds, and I don't currently have any. None. When are you gonna make a save that's Deadshot Pixie built specifically for Melda farming? Homing things don't really work well on a Melda. I've heard that extends to Pixies. Most efficient way to farm a Melda is fucking just regular Deadshot caster, honestly. You laser hand the first phase, and then you either laser hand or ice spike the second. And it's very clean. I've seen Lazy one-shot both phases with laser hand. So, there's that. Hi, cat. There's a cat on my lap. It's catting. Ghostblade, are you not hitting? You're not. Awkward. Ghostblade was missing half of its ticks there. It was very weird. Now it was an 8-minute run. Just take a bit. Just take a bit. Cat. Wonder how much money we'll have at the end of this with, like, not picking anything up. enemies? I don't feel like going over there. Ah, zombies. Make me use my ghost blade. Trying to save for the next room, but that's okay. You take your time. So I gotta pee. We'll probably do that after this run.
I've got all the magic I need.
And yes, I'm gonna leave the timer running. For real, should we set up a catheter and never get up? Maybe for the 24-hour stream. Alright, Granolia, get over here, help me set up this catheter.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's
Run to Home Depot now and get some tubing. Home Depot, oh no. We're really doing a gamer project. Don't forget a colostomy bag.
Stabby, stabby! Carrying coin. I don't kill for free.
Do not want a Home Depot catheter.
Blasting and blasting.
Not a good idea, not if you have a damn toilet. You're not wrong.
As it was foretold.
Keep picking up random loot. Why use Toilo and Catbox do trick? That was one time for Julio. In Control. It was one time. It was one time 5 years ago. I've evolved since then. I've matured.
Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same. Before they hit the ground. Leave it, leave it. Spells are up.
Tiny Teen is wondering, let's just set up a throwable hole next to Quiet's chair, we're good to go. That'd be so useful. Dangerous territory, cats will win. True. You evolved into Quagachu. I do sneeze a lot. Allergies have been kicking my ass. Been playing some BO3 with friends recently. I have a quick question. Why didn't anyone tell me the multi-tap's fucking sick? Lots of people said the multi-tap was sick. When it got buffed. this game pretty mainstream, actually. Like, multi-tap being sick was so well known that Zane gun build players were using it. So, like, it's pretty well known. There's just a lot of items to keep track of in that game, so it's hard to know everything that's sick in that game, because most things are. BO3 item diversity is wild. Alright, LeShan. I realize we'll extend the gimmick and gets increased projectiles for enemy attacks on fuck up when that interacts with Wish. Wish checks for on shot, so probably doesn't. They're referring to the reload or the shot at the gun? So small. Because the reload probably won't get affected by Wish. Probably. Probably. The shots? Oh yeah, Wish will work with that. The question is whether it's +1 or whether it's the multi-tap thing is pre-add. Like, Sleeping Giant, for example, does weird shit with the Wish, because Sleeping Giant is based.
That's for making me look.
You know, cases like the Craps, Liuda, Becca, where +1 means more than +1. Why are you in the farthest possible corner? Zombies are rude. Guess I take nasty scroll out of those. Zombie rooms, yeah, you walk.
Let's get cooking, little cinder. Bad luck or bad choices. Dead all the same. Spells are up!
Ghostblade not hitting that die. Wow, that's sad. +1 alchemical agent. That's, noteworthy. I'm just proud of the arc on that spell. That was satisfying. Oh yeah, I was gonna pee after the last one. I guess I'll do it after this one. It's getting more urgent. Another +2 alchemical agent. Hang on. That's not legal. That's a crime. I dread the day we get something like a way to boost alchemical agent with armor. Like, if one of the Blight Caller combos has that, obviously Blight Stabbo would be the combo, duh. But if Blight Stabbo has alchemical agent on armor, ugh, that's not okay. So if I have a Snake Stick, a Body Rune, Melee, Skulldugger, and a Theurge, can I try this build out and have it perform kind of well? Absolutely. Absolutely. Other things to keep an eye out for, you want Stabomancer power on your Amulet. And if you can get it on your armor as well, that's nice. But Amulet's the most important bit. Because on your armor, there's some cases where you might want to just run an armor with good stats that have skills that still benefit you. For example, my armor right now is not primary Stabbo power. It's secondary Stabbo power because it's got 3 points, or 2 points rather, right now, in Awe, which is extra crit chance and damage. It's also got points in Oath of Thunder, which helps me deal with, you know, off-element stuff. Like, I'm using fire right now, so Oath of Thunder is just more damage in a different element. Hey Chippy, how you doing? Stabbo power equals ghostly damage? Yes. Hey Vocal, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Those of you who don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in Wonderlands, and currently we're doing for science a 1 to 50 chaos climb with an already geared build. Just to see. I'm curious. Not the fastest of builds or anything, not optimized for the run. I'm just curious to see how it works out. Stream good, more of the same from me. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Do what you love. As long as you love it, you're all good. I'm using a Snake Stick right now, Chippy. Haven't been able to been here lately. Work hours change in the summer. Well, I hope work's treating you well. I'm glad to see you when you got the time. 150, what do you think is a rough estimate? Probably something in the 3.5 hour range.
Come on, have some fun.
Little less if I speed up. Oh, I was gonna go to the bathroom, I forgot. Oh well. A little less if I speed up and stop restricting myself a little bit. Like, the only reason I'm not shooting the Stabmatic full time is because I just don't want to. It would be faster. A little slower if I hit a hurdle or take a break. But probably something like 3.5-ish hours. With an optimized build for this kind of run, like pulling out all the stops, I'm sure you could get this to under 2 hours. Because, like, there's some scary stuff you can do build-wise in this game. Aw, that's unfortunate. That's a huge time waste. Work kicks my ass, but it's a job and keeps me busy. Hey, as long as you remember to work to live. Don't live to work. Important distinction. But yeah, this character started out as just making it as a replacement for my Ghostblade build at endgame, because the build's good, it's just I don't ever want to see a Melda. So this is the same build, but on a character that has not done DLC 2, and will not ever do DLC 2. I have to see a Melda. Limits my boss pool a little bit, limits my loot pool a little bit, just better quality of life. Better for my sanity. Through the chamber and trying to maximize crystals, taking Dragon Lord portals is best. Yeah, unless you're very late in a run. Like, if you've only got 1 or 2 more rooms left, and you're not doing, say, any raid bosses, or end boss crystal farming, then it can be situationally better to take a crystal room when presented with a choice. But yeah, taking curses and then taking the harder curses, with the exception of Nasty Spill, which is actually crystals negative, because enemies killed by Nasty Spill do not drop crystals at all, so it can kind of just stop curses from happening. But taking curses and eluding rooms, plus doing raid bosses, grabbing the containers, all that stuff improves your crystal intake. Doing bonus objectives. Note that with some bonus objectives, it's optimal to not do them right away. Like Sacred Ground, it's better to get some room progression done first, because then you get the crystals from those enemies, and then finish it with the completion of the objective, because finishing side objectives, the ones that can be done before the room finishes, those give you a large amount of room progression. So Sacred Ground, melee kills, Dragon Lord statue, those. You gotta break up so bad you don't go to your favorite places, because you know Hex will be there. It's quite gonna Melda. Oof, true though. Crystals increase crystals, you need to take some crystals rooms to cash out, otherwise crystals elite rooms won't pay themselves. It depends, Hellrider. If you do raid bosses, and grab containers and stuff, it's enough. Though there's still a bit of gray area where, depending on what curses you have, how exactly crystals drop for you, where sometimes crystal rooms can beat out curses rooms, but curses over crystals is a general rule. There are situations where balancing the two or doing one over the other can be advantageous. Another thing to keep in mind is you always start with a curse. Your first room is always a curse. And occasionally with a featured run, they'll start you out with a curse, like going into the room. So after the first room, you'll have 2 curses. Which can be really good for crystal income. A good general rule of thumb is... the earlier in the run, the more impactful curses would be. What gun is that? This is a Scalawag. This is a Scalawag. And yeah, as Jaybird said, taking curses doesn't cost anything, it's a leading that costs something. But, depending on the nature of the run and your crystal income, you can end up in a position where it can be prohibitively expensive to keep a leading. It's a thing that can happen. It's not common though. Sorry, Fire Friend. No enemy density. Enemies said no. Not my fault. Or insulting it, just tell us the name of the gun. Purple, yeah. Only 45 minutes left. We can make it, Copium. Totally doable. I believe in you. Let me just time travel real quick. Go pee? Oh yeah, I should do that.
Think you can make it?
Alright, BRB.
burning little bugger.
Alright, be back. Hey Turbo, is this geared? Yeah. Is using my exact gear I run on my C50 Ghostblade build. No Ascendants, just Primordials, Volatiles, for the most part.
Fought like rubbish. Died nicely though.
Prediction, I think we got one running right now. The Hellrider. It's not gonna pan out. Because that was before we actually did any, like, calculations. I threw 2 hours at the wall and was like, I think super high-end, it's 2 hours might be doable. But on this build, that's definitely not gonna happen. I think 2.5 maybe good RNG on this build. For this build, at peak, yeah, probably. I'd have to actually change what I'm doing to get faster than that. You're right. For this run, 3.5. For this run, 3.5. But, with better preparation on, like, spawns and me actually doing a more stab-o-matic heavy kit, because realistically, there's no reason I shouldn't just be doing Universal Soldier Stab-o-matic as I'm doing Ghostblade, because I'm not casting often enough for Theurge to be helping me. And Stab-o-matic hits faster, does more damage. I don't really need the crossbolt damage outside of bosses from the Scalawag, so I should just shoot at that. But, I'm not gonna. Because fun is a thing. Gotta remember to play video games to have fun. And also suffer, don't forget. Yeah, can't forget that bit. Have fun and suffer while having fun, I guess. The fun is still there, though, right?
I've got all the magic I need. What an epic belly rub you shall have.
subscribers get an extra 10% fun buff. True and real. You have more fun if you're subscribed to the channel. If you're not subscribed, continues to consider subscribing. Because you get unique perks such as plus 10% fun. Your ass gets 0.5% fatter. If you want your ass to be smaller, it gets 0.5% smaller. You know, the subscription is smart. It can tell what you want. Quack made me dummy thick. Dude, there you go. Hey, loading screen. Thank you for gifting the 5 subs out. More fun required. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you got gifted a sub by loading screen, boss, enjoy the fatter ass. Throw some love in the chat. Fellow loading? Yeah. Got Sergeant loading and loading screen. Sergeant loading screen? Do the fusion dance?
As it was foretold.
Crossover issue coming. I missed the lift. Oops. That's slow. To avoid that.
You haven't seen
Some spells. I'll give you a good home.
A speedrun coming? It's not gonna end up being particularly fast, man, but it's fun. I'm enjoying myself, and I think that's the most important bit. This reminds me so much of Endgame Rush in BL3, and I just love Endgame Rush. That is also incredibly satisfying. Keeping Dragon Lord stunlocked there with Ghostblade while Stab-O-Matic deals with Bernadette. Oh, that's so cool.
Come on, have some fun.
Oh yeah, you only go up by 1 from 19 to 20. So it's a lot more runs than we thought, because you have to do Chaos Trial 0, you have to do Chaos Trial 20, you have to do Chaos Trial 35. Hey Felicia, thank you for gifting 5 subs out. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you got gifted a sub by Felicia, once again, enjoy the increase to your dummy thickness. And please show her some gratitude in the chat. Thank you so much, Felicia. Heard we gifting subs. That's the thing that's happening. Hey Gio, how are you? I have a mosquito bite right on the back of my neck, and it is the worst. I'm trying not to scratch it till it bleeds, but it's like, it is fucking with me. Do I get an increase of dummy thickness as well? Generating respectful comment. You get whatever you want from the smart quag sub 5000. Myth rank in this game, like badass rank, eventually you become overpowered. It's that problem, but worse, Chris. It's Myth rank is the most overpowered of the progression systems across the lands games because it doesn't have drop-offs. So, like one Myth rank point is 1%, whether you have 10 or whether you have 10,000. It's still 1%. So a lot of people have self-imposed caps on their Myth rank for that purpose. Like, for me, I'm not going past 480. So, I have 277 points unspent right now, because I do not want to go above 20 in each of the uncapped nodes. Myth rank makes up more of your character's power than even your skill tree does, if you go beyond that point. So that's something to keep in mind when you're consuming content out there in the wild as well. Because if a boss melt or build video showcase isn't showing you the Myth rank, they could potentially have thousands of gun damage, melee damage, ability damage, or spell damage in their Myth rank that they are not disclosing. Thousands. Like, literally thousands. Made my decision, gonna fight Veracitus, best of luck. Is there a max amount of dummy thickness? Thank you for testing? Yes, Kevin, I agree. It is a good test. Kevin, are you sick? Are you sick for the thick?
Can't wait to throw some spells. Think I'll let my blade do the work.
Might be a really stupid decision. Yeah, some people enjoy Veracitus for the level of challenge involved. Quag rules. Wait, what exactly are Quag rules? The first Quag rule is that there are no rules other than don't aim, I guess. Hey, doing some old guy. Would you back up your profile with the Cat Myth rank, then like test how OP would be, take off all those pending? No, like, no. I just don't have any interest in getting that powerful without having to do anything for it. Like, my fun from this game, Hellrider, comes from making things work through builds. Through item interactions, skill interactions, game knowledge. Things like that. That is where all of the replay value is for me. If you strip that away, then I don't want to play anymore. So, putting that many points into myth rank would kill my desire to play the game. Because I wouldn't have to work at all, because I just have a safety net of thousands, or even hundreds, even like 50%. Just think about how impactful one ring is. Just having a really well-rolled ring. You can have... If I spent just, I don't know, like 40 of my unspent myth rank points, it's the effect of an extra ring on me, forever. I don't want to do that. I invested no points into myth rank. I respect that. Only reason I invested is because I want some of the capped bonuses, such as movement speed, magazine size, swing speed, that kind of stuff, because that's reasonable. And having that mag size in particular is a big example of this. Having that mag size can facilitate more builds. Movement speed is just nice quality of life for the game as a whole. It works out well. Is this speedrun Chaos 1, Chaos 50? Why? Because I thought it would be interesting to see how long it would take. With a already geared build, it's not necessarily set up for speedrunning, but it's... I was gonna do this Chaos climb anyway, on this character, because I like running Ghostblade at endgame, and this is a replacement for my existing Ghostblade endgame save, because I don't want to have to deal with DLC 2 ever. So this is a character that's going to do the same build, but has done fewer quests, so that my quest pool is less cluttered, and has not done DLC 2, nor will it ever do DLC 2, so that I don't ever have to see a Melba. So it's just getting done something I was gonna do anyway, but also in a fun way. And you say, when you have ADS snap the target. I keep forgetting that's a feature. How you doing, like at the table?
You get the blade. That's for making me look at you.
That's something I didn't know you could do. You can cancel holding a charge spell by moving your Ghostblade, and it just stops it. Like, it doesn't spend it or anything. That's interesting. It's gonna do OP levels. I don't get a huge amount of enjoyment out of anything about the Borderlands 2 endgame, really. Been there, done that. The luster wore off. But one thing I do like is the progression of OP levels, because planning around doing the Digipeak, which is a fun piece of content, and having to do Digipeak to progress, it being a real test, I enjoyed that aspect. So, in a way, OP levels are what I liked about that game's endgame. Indirectly, but in a way. Oh yeah, Hawks. Don't really have a way to deal with those cleanly. Bayonetta 3? Did it get announced? The spell using? I'm using a Smithy's Ire right now. It's the DLC 3 spell that does melee damage. It's not efficient, it's not optimal, but I thought it'd be funny to use.
Let's get blasted. Never send a cook forgotten before they hit the ground.
Trailer all October 28th. Nice. This fall is going to be pretty good with game releases. Digipeak's way better than any of the raids. In BL2, yeah. Digipeak, to me, will always remain the first takedown. Like, I love it for that. Takedowns are amazing, and Digipeak paved the way. The argument's been made that there are gauntlets of content in the games before Digipeak, but to me the structure doesn't quite align. Digipeak will always be the first takedown. So, like, it's great because of that. Hey, Good Wolf, thank you so much for the 3,000 bits. That's a great first time chat. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Support means a lot. Thank you. Here's the zombie in its natural habitat, taking pot shots.
Looks like magic's back on the menu. From hell's on.
What do you think is the stronger emotional response, chat? Fear in like classic zombie horror stories, or anger at Wonderland zombies for doing that? It's pretty close for me.
Tell the Reaper I sent you.
Rage against Wonderland zombies. Anger, yeah. Wonderland zombies still bother me near as much as crab. 10 years for BL2 in September. I want a remaster. What would a remaster do? Wonderland's created a surprising amount of anger in me, only played since Steam release. Some of the enemies can do that. Imelda does that to me. Imelda's a great example. Just me, or how do you do damage to boss on the melee build? Have all the gear you said. Took me 12 minutes to kill a boss in KS5. How bad am I? It's putting a lot of complex pieces together. So what I do, typically, the gameplay loop for that is while using my inflammation spell to set the boss on fire, and shooting with my Scalawag, I set up a bunch of dots on them, I got the inflammation rolling, and that starts the Executioner's Blade. Then I get in from the shadows, and while I'm closing the gap, I continue to use inflammation and shoot my Scalawag. Now, if I'm using cryo stuff, which I am because I tend to use a non-elemental gun, I proceed that by shooting a Twisted Delusion to apply Soak debuff to the boss. And then, in from the shadows, I hold down my melee button and I bonk it until it's dead. So, it's pretty much set up a bunch of debuffs, pop the action skill, bonk, 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 bonk. Bars playing BL2, why would I care about that, Roman? I do not care. Setting up a lot of debuffs the main thing in this game do damage? No, it's just something you can do. It's one of the tools in the toolbox. There's some forms of damage that you're more likely to want to do those things. There's some situations where you're more likely to want to do those things. In general, when bossing, you're doing some form of setup. Most setups when elementally inclined, are gonna do at least the step of using a delusion. Most setups with any sort of action skill that's increasing their damage are gonna pop their action skill before doing their main damage. So, like, it's just a thing you can do. You don't have to, but it does make it faster. Now, melee is more likely to want to do that than, say, gun builds. So, something like a sword explosion has an absurd time to kill without needing to put as many individual pieces together. But you can get non-conventional things like melee and spells to work as fast or faster than guns. All depends on how much you put in. You get out what you put in. Delusion? Twisted Delusion. It is a rocket launcher from DLC 1. It's not a damage-dealing item. It is one of 3 things in the game that applies the Soaked debuff, which makes enemies take 50% more damage from lightning and frost, and 50% less damage from fire for a short time. Fighting Veracity might be the dumbest thing I've done in BL2. I mean, Veracity is one of the only bosses in that game that actually fights back, so it is a great example of how BL2 does not teach you how to play BL2. Because many people feel lost fighting one of the only things that qualifies as an actual boss in the game.
Careful now, she's sharp.
Veracity is straight up a well-designed enemy that has been tailored to counter player strategies. Very aggressive, high damage, a lot of health. Raid boss. But other bosses don't really hold a candle, so you can absolutely go and stomp something like Pyro Pete and be completely walled by Veracity, because they're in a different league. Is this the wrong game for me? Don't have a brain for this shit. Depends on what kind of builds you want to do. I would do it right now, but I'm doing a time thing. I can either after this speed run, if I have the energy, or more likely tomorrow, Top Monk, I can do showcase of the build that I recommended to you and explain what I'm doing as I do it. It's less complicated than it might sound. It's not by Hatterax, and he's still a thorn in my side. Hatterax is more towards an actual boss fight than most of the bosses in that game as well. So, yeah, it's not an uncommon sentiment. I like Hatterax, I like Veracity, I like Hyperius, because those are boss fights. The others, not so much. Craw has a 1.5-minute long immune phase. It always confused me that people complained about immune phases in BL3 as if BL2 doesn't have the longest one in the series. Def hope we hear tomorrow anyway. Really like your stream. Thank you, Top Monk. I appreciate that. Really like having you here. Always have good conversations, and I do like explaining this stuff. So, just as a PSA for anyone here, when I get overly wordy about something, it's just because I enjoy talking about it. Simple as that. Questions, always welcome. Breakdowns of things, always happy to do it. The way I see it, if my fixation on details in building in video games can be even mildly useful to you, I'm doing things correctly. Just want to stop by, very tiring day. I might fall asleep to gun sounds. I hope you get some good rest, Rohan. Thanks for stopping in. I hope it was a tiring but ultimately enjoyable day, or at least fine. Hashtag overly wordy. Hey, some old guy's the same way. If I can kill Hatterax and Hyperius, I can kill Verastus. They kind of have different requirements. Hatterax is like a coordination thing, mostly. It's like learning what to do and then executing that. Hyperius is somewhat the same, with a little bit more of an endurance check thrown in. But Verastus is like pure endurance. You need to stay coordinated for a long period of time on Verastus. Either that or you need really absurd damage. For example, killing Verastus at OP10 on Maya is like an achievement, because she doesn't have the damage to make that very quick, and you need to constantly not make mistakes. Obviously, there's going to be people who are like, oh yeah, I killed Verastus OP10 easy, look at my pimper hat. Not quite the same thing. So I'd say Hyperius is going to teach you some of the stuff you need to do for Verastus, in terms of ways you need to think, but it is a big jump, difficulty-wise. Who drops the interfacer? Verastus. So I like your stream? I'm glad you did. My muscle memory had me use soaked. I forgot I was using fire. Awkward. UVHM, you can only get the interface with room. Yep. Smithy's Ire does some decent chunk damage. At these chaos tiers, maybe. Remember, I'm full investment into melee stuff, like super invested. And it's still kind of lackluster. Like, there's badasses that I'll hit, and sometimes they just don't die. Granted, my Smithy's Ire isn't very good. It's a volatile with no damage and greasing parts. But it's not really awe-inspiring. Remember, for the Chaos tier I'm on right now, volatile is the highest available gear. So you'd think it'd do better, but... Riding the inebriation of work being productive, relatable. Been there, been there. Smithy's Ire is just kind of like mediocre. It's mechanically interesting, and like most things in this game, you can make it do damage. But it's not super good. I'm just using it because it's fun. Like, I'm fairly confident on this melee build, a laser hand would still do more damage. Awe-inspiring. They made it too good, the melee spell shot, it's even better. Yeah. And I hate that spell shot just kind of ruins stuff like that. I don't necessarily want melee delivery methods outside of the melee weapon slot and Executioner's Blade. But, like, I think Smithy's Iris is a little bit better. Look at that, it barely moved the health bar. That's unfortunate. And this does extend to Stab-O-Matic a little bit, I suppose I should note. Stab-O-Matic is very strong, and with investment you can get it scaling to a pretty ridiculous degree. Like, more than other guns. But if you look at Stab-O-Matic peak power with a melee build versus Stab-O-Matic peak power with a spell build that has a spell blade, wildly different. Wildly different. It's simply good on a melee build. It is utterly insane on a spell build. That doesn't really sit well with me. Screwed up raid bosses before, so I'm used to it. Screwing them up is part of the experience. It's a big part of what makes a raid boss encounter a good encounter to me is it should have the ability to make you fail. It should not be an assured thing. So like raid bosses in this game, they have a lot of damage, and they will do it to you if you do not comply with mechanics and go in prepared. Wotan in Borderlands 3 has a lot of pressure mechanics, but also a lot of reward mechanics. Like, if you know when to do more damage, you can advance phases faster. If you don't meet DPS checks, it spawns more and more ads and does more and more high threat attacks. Wotan's great boss design in that regard. I contrast something like Terramorphous, where there's never any pressure. You just stand there. Fine. Pyro Pete, there's very little pressure unless he gets too close to you eventually, in which case you still have options. But the Terra Rock, even Terra without the rock, is not exactly riveting.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's
At least when comparing it to other bosses.
Think I'll let my blade do the work. Looks like magic's back on the menu.
I'll somehow screw up Hatterax by letting him heal. It's a tight timing window, once again, especially compared to other things in the game. Hatterax is simply more mechanically demanding than most other things in that game. Built different. Literally built different. Simple once you get it down, but it's still margin of, ah shit, he healed a bunch.
Tell the Reaper I sent you. I blame you for trying.
Plus Slag RNG hates me. Slag RNG is a big part of that too, yeah. Is it don't you just need a conference call to choose Hatterax? Now, what if, Benchwarmer? Bold concept. What if you were using not a conference call? Haven't gotten a feel to it in a whole while. Understandable. But it's just like how you can also cheese Hatterax by being Maya, being spec'd into recompense, and then standing in the correct spot, and he will one-shot himself. But, you know, that's not a strategy, that's a cheese. Different thing. Speed killing and doing the boss fight are kind of two different beasts. I view them differently. Good luck, don't screw this up. Good luck. And if you screw it up, that's okay too. Means you got experience. Decided I didn't feel like waiting, so I'm just gonna kill him like this. Cool. You guys cool with that? Cool. Doesn't that make a header X mechanics just a DPS check? Yeah, and you can still make DPS checks into an interesting mechanic. And you can contrast that with some other raid bosses, especially in that game, that do not have a meaningful DPS check mechanic. They just kind of are there. Way to prevent it from healing up? Slagging them.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Slag RNG is the biggest reason that Sakura mentioned for Hatarax healing up. Because you go to slag him, and slag wouldn't apply because garbage element design.
You didn't beg. Got that going for you.
It's something you could overcome, but the fact that you had to was yikes.
Well done, my lovely.
What's the origin of cheese as a verb in this context? I don't know. Are we gonna get some gamer vernacular cheese history? We had poop history earlier in the stream. We learned the origin of stool sample. I think that was you, wasn't it? Was that you who looked that up? Or was that someone else? Someone went and got us the facts behind stool samples. So we learned 2 things today. It was not me. It was someone else. Use Reckless Monster? I don't know. I don't remember. Someone helpfully provided poop lessons today. That's the sentence.
Ready to cast.
Elemental Projector, Victory Rush, Area Effect, and Complex Root is cheat. Well, Complex Root is a bugged item. Radius increases do not apply properly to that item versus almost everything else in the game. So, a weapon that hits the entire map at once is using a bugged item. So yeah, for any metric of speedrunning, Complex Root is considered illegitimate. For very good reason.
Well, that's settled, isn't it? If you're looking for trouble, you found it.
How do you feel about mods, or do you play vanilla exclusively? For which game? For this game, I play vanilla. for Borderlands 3, I had fun with some mods in Borderlands 3. Increased difficulty mods, swapping out enemies, so like having the basic enemies in a Circle of Slaughter or Arms Race be replaced with bosses from elsewhere in the game. That was always enjoyable. Balance overhaul mods, that kind of stuff was fun. You know, mods in Lands games are fun. I've not done anything with Wonderlands yet. Plan on waiting until the content cycle for the game's concluded before I dive into that stuff. Enemy density. Why are you like this?
The fearsome dragon returns, eh?
RJ's Boss is a good mod. Yeah, it's a good time. Definitely enjoyable. Mods for Wonderlands already. I think it's being strongly discouraged to do any public modding before the game's season pass has concluded its content rollout. That's how we handle things in BL3. It was politely requested that public modding not be a thing in that time frame then. So same kind of deal now. But this is on the BL3 engine, so people already know how to do the thing. Forum post about cheese strats date as far back as 1993 in reference to Street Fighter games. Cheesing's way older phrase than I expected. It's probably as old as competitive gaming, honestly. Hey Higgy Brit, how you doing? Good to see ya.
Heads off to the hero. Ready to bring the arcane pain.
Part of me is excited for Wonderlands mod to help balance out Gearbox hasn't gotten to. That's always been a popular use of modding in Lands games. It can definitely inject some longevity. Maybe the community finally give Cleansing Flames the treatment it needs. I'm still holding out hope for Cleansing Flames. An interesting tidbit they dropped in kind of the background in recent hotfix notes was they mentioned that they're waiting to do significant class balancing until Blightcaller is released. So maybe Cleansing Flames gets the love when Blightcaller's out. It does make sense to only do sweeping class balance stuff once you can also account for the, the incoming one, right? Logically sound. Oh, cat just knocked over my entire cat tree. I should pick that up. I don't know how he managed that. Legitimately impressive. pay out this prediction now. It's very much not sub 2 hours. There you go. We're still gonna go though. Still going. I should really check these now, but I don't have money. I have no reason to do that. I don't have money. Flight Caller is gonna fix Cleansing Flames in Blizzard. Imagine they're planning on moving magic bullets multiplier to be added with other gun damage. It'd be legendary. It would be a buff to Barrage, so like, I'm all for it. Hey, cosmetics in Wonderlands, you wear this armor, enjoy the view, but I don't like it. So, what about all the other cosmetics? What about the hairstyles? All the face stuff? The banners? The statue cosmetics? The emotes? A lot of cosmetics in this game. It is not just armor. Also, who cares about armor when you can't see it? How much of them you have? There's a ton. Yeah, they've added 80 with each DLC. 80 cosmetics. 80. Say what you will about, you know, the DLCs in this game, but they're absolutely packed with cosmetics, and cosmetics have been one of the more well-received things. I can't help but feel like having gripes with the cosmetic system is just finding things to dislike. Can't even see your own reflection? Yeah. Maybe when they stop developing for last-gen consoles. Why am I going for that? We get things like reflection. On my Barbie build, I found an Amnesia with melee and melee crit. Should I diversify my ring damage or go full melee? Depends on what else you have going on. So, like, if you're doing Spellblade melee, then you could get away with Spell Rings. Spell Rings would probably be optimal. If you're doing, like blast chill stuff, then maybe an ability ring would still be prudent. Want to see my character in tab menu? Then do it. There it is. If you're just trying to look a certain way, then you can still just wear an armor that looks the way you want it to look. Copying your build? I'd go melee rings then, Kirk, yeah. The things that affect your armor appearance are the classes on the armor. If it's a legendary, it will have a certain look to it as well, specific to that legendary. And also the passives on your armor. So, pick up every armor you see, put it on, see if you like the look of it. You'll know what it generally is going to look like based on the classes, but it still changes a lot outside of that. Customize my armor. There's lots of different armors that look lots of different ways, and you can customize the colors and the patterns. Some armors will show those colors and patterns better than others. Good example of an armor that's easy to like have more to work with in terms of the visual space is amalgams. Amalgams get extra passes, which means extra part variance on the way it looks. So they're the ones that get 5 passes instead of 3. 2 more passes means 2 more parts. It's like if your armor has movement speed on it, that affects the look of the boots. I forget what corresponds to what otherwise, but I want to say the gun damage cluster affects gloves. Shimmer's left a BM on the floor. He did. He did. He did do that. It's the thing he did. Like, even like Cyberpunk 77. Cyberpunk 2077 custom, nobody cares besides you. I'm not understanding. In Cyberpunk, you can just go find a schematic for the way you want to look, craft that, and use that. So, like, that is also just you actively deciding not to use the customization system. Sounds like cheese stems from use of the term cheesies and things looked or sounded cheap. Phrasing like cheap move and strategies being easy, requiring no skill. Interesting. I wonder how that became associated with... It's interesting. The more you know. I learned 2 things today. One is cheese related, one is poop related. And surprisingly, they're not connected.
This world's no place for the weak.
Cyberpunk always feels like a game that just naturally grants you the power of spikes. You need to just play the game whatever difficulty you want, whatever playstyle you want. Just feels good. I want the game to have so much more content. Me too. It's one of those things with such massive potential. Like, it could do a lot. I hope they do eventually actually release some sort of significant post-launch, like, DLC. Like, they've done a couple downloadable things, but it's just like an apartment system, cosmetics. Like, meaningful content would be sick. Actual gameplay, you know. Didn't even kill that Cyclops. Wow. Yeah, Smithies is, probably switch back to that sigil soon. Data mine evidence, there's content being worked on. Silence Johnny, of course, because how do you afford that voice acting again? There's been speculation and supposed data mine info about what's next for Cyberpunk for quite some time. You know, the game is almost 2 years old. It is closer to 2 years old than 1 year old. Like, I really want it to live up to that potential. The clock's ticking, you know? This is coming from someone who's done 6 playthroughs of the game. I love the game. Or was it 5? It's either 5 or 6 playthroughs. I don't remember if I ever finished that last one. So 5 asterisk. GTA Online can keep going for as long as it has, and surely Cyberpunk can. You know how much money GTA Online makes, though? That's the big deciding factor. And I want to say, I never looked into this to see if this was true or not. I saw some rumor saying that they've finally shifted focus from GTA 5, GTA Online, to do GTA 6. I assumed it was bullshit because I'm pretty sure I've seen that headline every year for like the last 5 years. And GTA Online is gonna outlive me. So.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should.
From Hell's dragon returns, eh? Ready to cast!
Why GTA 5 still receives updates and Red Dead Online's buried? Probably goes back to money again, Gio. Which one makes them more money? Probably that simple. People literally use GTA Online to make kids videos of cars doing crazy jumps, being driven by Spider-Man and shit's content platform in crazy ways even outside the game. So yeah, like you've got the machinima applications of that. You've got RP stuff. GTA RP is ridiculously big. And you've got general mod gameplay silliness. You've got the fact that GTA itself is one of the older sandbox type games in gaming, so the game itself, it's just got a lot of layers of why it's so endlessly replayable for a lot of people. That was a big leap. You know, the second they close the public servers of GTA Online would be privately hosted servers of degeneracy. Oh, absolutely. That's coming for the degens. Kevin's a good boy. He is a good boy. Just chilling over there by the window. On the ground, cat tree got knocked over by this guy. Hi, Jake. Too high. I'm getting better at aiming that thing, but like, still awkward. How do the projectiles on a ×2 one behave? Do they just split and veer off? Are they one after the other? Are they in the same spot? Plan to play BO3 again? When I feel like it. Maybe at some point during the the marathon stream I have coming up. It's on the list of probable activities for that. Ultimately, I play what I feel like streaming. I've been enjoying some Outriders lately, so that's been happening on Saturdays. And Wonderlands has more than enough to keep my attention for normal stream days, and is actively receiving updates, so that's why my focus is on Wonderlands. I still love BL3. Chances of me going back to BL3 are not 0, unlike my chances of going back to, you know, say BL2. 0. Flat out 0. My chances of going back to BL1, close to 0. Chance of going back to TPS, close to 0. The chances of going back to BL3, pretty high.
Gonna need more magic.
DLC. I'm just gonna delete that. I know you know English only, but Twitch moderation purposes. You're all good though, yeah, don't worry about it. Like how in BL2 added level 80 OP10, aka a thing nobody liked. What does that have to do with it? Not even BL2 players liked when that happened to BL2. And BL3 already got a level cap increase that people didn't want in the level 72 increase.
Looks like magic's back on the menu.
72 is capped? Yes. One more, please. Exactly, yeah. We don't want that. Another level cap increase would be bad for the game. Hell, the last level cap increase was already bad for the game. We don't need that again. The 72 cap just hurt the game with BL3. Strictly speaking, if you look at builds economy and whether level caps are actually content or not, spoiler if they're not, no level cap increase has been beneficial to a landscape. BL1 and TPS were not made better by the fact that skill trees were irrelevant because you could have everything. BL2 was not made better by all builds using the same skill trees because you could get almost everything. And BL3 was not made better by having your choices invalidated by collapsing builds into each other. By giving you enough skill points to get almost everything, provided you had purple trees. If you didn't have purple trees, you could just get just about everything. Like, try playing BL3 at 72 cap without DLC 5. You have 2 builds per character. It's wild. Like for Moe's, for example, you have the Iron Bear build and the not Iron Bear build. That's it. Yeah, we only deleted builds from the dock when level cap went up. It was awful. Not a good day. Yeah, Jaybridge was saying it would be a bad thing, Geo. I think we all agree here that we do not want more levels in Borderlands 3. Don't want more levels in any landscape. Level cap increases are bad. That's why Wonderland's not doing that is good. I think we got a perfect amount of skill points for game health in this game. What do we think the most healthy level cap for BL3 was? I want to say level 60? Either 57 or 60. It's definitely one of those. You think 60 ramen? When the whole offer was 666 on the card? I think that was 65. Right? I think that was 65. Zane destroying, most destroying. All characters in BO3 could destroy. And Zane has had extra skill points since like level 57. It's wild. Or people discuss level cap increase for Wonderlands because we're conditioned to expect them from previous games. And that's why I will once again happily continue to point out that this game has done a lot of mold breaking, intentionally so. Not as much as I would like, but I'm a bit of an extremist in that regard. Some people don't like it for breaking molds. Some people want it to do more. I think that the area of defying the expectations for level cap increases is one of the areas this game succeeds. My opinion Slack's weak? Well, your opinion is wrong, so... It's that simple. You can have an opinion that, you know, the sky isn't blue, but guess what? Doesn't make it the truth.
As it was foretold, you shall have extra peanut butter this night.
Knee gameplay, if you're bad at the game. That's not the character being weak, that's you being bad at playing it. Don't blame the character for your failures. That's toxic. Without health regen, Black has the most health regen of any of the characters. Rage and Recover, biggest health regen in the game. You simply have to actually kill something. It's the only requirement. Just as a PSA to everyone, do not confuse I have not had success with X as X isn't good. Sometimes is your fault. Source being, hi, I have Flak World Records. And maintain the Flak community builds document. And have done more theory crafting for Flak than most people have hours in the game. If I know one thing, it is Flak. If we're gonna compare Flak to other characters, pretty sure I still hold the record for Guardian Takedown. And I'm pretty sure that record is still faster than both Amara and Mose. Unless that's changed in the last month or so. Exclamation point, trials. Unless that's changed. Which would be a good reason for me to play the game again. I can take that record back. Trust this is my opinion? Yeah, that's not how opinions work. Saying something is bad is not an assertion of an opinion. It's an assertion of reality. Like that's not how that works. You're gonna have to reword that. I don't like flak is a totally different sentence from flak is bad. You can't just slap it's my opinion on that because guess what? Ding dong, your opinion is wrong. Like, I could say, it's my opinion that Zane can't kill anything with any gun in the game and is just a total waste of a character slot. It's my opinion that he's just literally incapable of getting a single kill ever. That's just not how that works. And people spreading misinformation disguised as opinions is how we get a lot of bad takes in the Lands community. So, I very vocally and very forcefully push back against that. Kinda made a career out of it. Assertion about reality is not an opinion. It's like the true or false. An assertion about taste or preference is an opinion. Right. That's why saying, I like this, or I don't like this, that's an opinion. Totally different thing. Never ended up being able to get a sub 1 on Moe's at 72 Sag. Oh, on what, Hemo? Hemo is such an RNG just nightmare, because the AI, it's just the AI. These conversations always tickle me. What about them, Stump? I never bothered taking back Flak Record for Hemo because other people pushing that content had more patience with the AI than I did, so I just never did. I was content to keep Guardian takedown. And in the case of Malawan takedown, I never took that one back because CZ is a better gamer than me. There's no excuse there. No, CZ is just better at video games than I am. Not to say I watched the stream and be silent. No one was telling you to do that. But if that's what would make you feel comfortable, go right ahead. Clarifying the definition of opinion and correcting community misinformation. In some situations, Stump, it has not made me friends. There are some people who absolutely loathe that that's something that happens, but precision in information is something that's very relevant to the community that is got a lot of people presenting themselves as experts on things where they shouldn't be.
Come on, have some fun.
So the least we can do is clear information up at the ground level.
Go on, Fate Maker.
Came back at a great time. Welcome back, Roddy. How you doing? He must have shit fast, but it's a fast run. I have a lot of patience, to be fair. Yeah, you were doing that with the Lucky 7 Minesweeper thing, right? That at least is, like, very fast. Trial we on 35. We just finished 34, so now we're going up one by one. How dare you correct me or prove me wrong. People do get like that, Hellrider. Very frequently. The way I see it, there were 3 different times I really felt like I made it as a creator. First time, seeing my build on eBay, someone else selling my build. That was like cool. Second time, getting into 2K Next Makers. That was sick. Third time, having someone try to cancel me on social media for fact-checking them about video games. That one was the big one. Still makes me smile. Barbecue's great, even got to take some home to the wife to score some brownie points. Let's go. That's a big dub. Only that happened once. I got a fat jolt straight in the middle of a random stream. I remember that day. It's good to see people, you know, providing attention to, providing the opportunity to, amplify people doing useful community things. And that's something that, Jolts and K6 have always been very good about. Directing people to, up-and-comers. It's something I have a lot of respect for. Moxie too. Moxie did that for me. As did K6. So, massive respect to those guys for that. I like how I'm still not really having to, like, pay much attention. That's how well optimized this build is, and I don't have any Ascended. But this is a good showcase of how ludicrously powerful gear is on the tier that it's first available. So, like, this is Chaos 35, so this is where Primordial first became available. It is the highest gear for this tier. And this shit's still a cakewalk. Ascended does that at C50. I will tell you point blank. If you run around with full Ascended, it makes the game super fucking easy. Even at C50. Even as hard as C50 is seen by the community. It does that. So the highest difficulty is not balanced around the highest tier of gear in this game. Which strengthens the argument that elective difficulty is the way to go. Because it's something to chase that you are not pressured to feel as if you need to progress or play the game. Being in raids, big to guys with 5 or less viewers, wholesome as fuck? Absolutely. Elective difficulty, my beloved. Sometimes I feel like I squandered opportunity, then realized simply did not have enough time to take advantage of it. Yeah, you got really busy, like, really quickly around me. And it's always something you can pick up and just do once in a while if you ever want to. Like, you know why I stuck with streaming at first? I know why I got into it. I've explained recently, like on the show with Alec and stuff, on the podcast I did with Alec. What got me into wanting to get in the door with content creation. But I kept going because a large part of it was I simply had nothing else to do. This was early pandemic days. A lot of unknowns. I didn't have anything else going on. So, stream. A lot. That's obviously not going to be as feasible for someone with a spoken for schedule already. And you had shit going on, so makes sense. Thought for a second I didn't switch my melee weapon back because I was surprised at how high those shock numbers are. Oath of Thunder being goated. Gotta go with the mindset that if I stream once, then make it a promise to keep doing it. Yeah, it doesn't have to be like that at all. Do it for the love of it. Unbelievable how 2020 changed so many people's lives. Yeah, this is actually crazy. When the pandemic first, like, really hit the US in, you know, spring 2020, it was wild, because I had just finished helping a friend move in February. Like, I spent the weekend there, came home, saw on the TV that, like, some shit was happening, didn't really pay much attention to it. And then, like, a week later, it was like, yeah, we're locking down everything. I'm like, what now? Why is this? And like, COVID had been on people's radar, but it was still at the point where it was just a lot of memes about it, because the gravity of the situation hadn't really sunk in here. And then slowly it was like, oh, fuck. And at least for me and my household, we're all varying degrees of immunocompromise, so it's some shit to take, like, really seriously. And at the time, I was in a life position where, like, I was trying to sort of get on my feet after a series of unfortunate life things. You know, hitting a job market and stuff like that. So pandemic putting me in a situation where going to correct that and doing productive life stuff for myself was like risking life and limb. Couldn't justify it. Then streaming was like, hey, I'm not doing anything. Maybe people will want to watch me. And then eventually people started wanting to watch me, so that's how that worked out. Damn. Chemical agent going hard. I also like to think we wouldn't let a pandemic happen again. We've also done a lot of stupid shit in this country. Yeah, like, if it would happen anywhere again, it would be here. We know it would be here. Not a lot of countries on this planet that are as dumb as us Americans. health bar? Hardly know her. If it happened again, half the country would be saying, no big deal, wasn't bad last time. I'd say more than half. Remember, half would be pretending like it's not existing. Like, it just doesn't exist. And then about 20% would get tired of acknowledging its existence after a couple weeks, and then go back to pretending like it's not happening. To be honest, I'm just here for the cats. Understandable. Right, Jake? It's Jake. It's Jake right here.
Choose, Fate Maker.
36. So we only have like 14 more to go. In for the long haul. Shit might be going till like 5 PM, honestly. That's okay. I get to squeeze a few more hours in for the month. I do have that that incentive, Twitch incentive this month. That's why I'm running extra ads, streaming extra hours. Really hate people, individuals fine, people blah, know exactly what you mean. And yeah, I concur. Lurking though I may be, I appreciate you, fam. Lurkers are the backbone of every audience. So always appreciated. People really like to undervalue how much of Twitch is just people lurking. But no, it's definitely a majority, so thank you. Wonder if we'll get Blight Caller information tomorrow, next Thursday. I'd say it'd be very unlikely tomorrow. Like, tomorrow the focus is probably going to be pushing out the rest of DLC 3 cycle, right? Like, it's not like they have to actively do anything to turn on Theodore 4, but it'll be stuff that they had planned for that part of the game's life, if that makes sense. Like, they've been doing this thing where they key us in on changes they're looking at. Such as, they mentioned a while ago, Frozen Orb Collision. If that's something they figure out they can hotfix, maybe that ends up in. Otherwise, you can expect that in a patch. But I wouldn't expect Blight Caller stuff until another week, honestly. Speaking cynically, maybe for a more dry week. They're like, we don't have much to announce, but here you go, Blight Caller info. Like last week they told us changes for the week weren't ready, but here's what's coming up. Actually averaging less than 5 minutes a trial, which is pretty good, because the early ones are around 6 to 7. Oh, am I faster now? It's probably because I'm not thinking anymore, Roddy. Like, I was actively thinking in the early ones, and at some point I just kind of went on autopilot. I'm only vaguely aware of what's happening.
Forgot who you were dealing with, did ya?
Thinking makes me dumb. Yo, same.
I rescued him, I feel he rescued me.
Then I'll get rooms like this that are just doomed to be slow. how am I gonna speed up this? Pain. Early on, enemies are scared of your power. I suppose that's what it is too, Brendan. Enemies are living long enough that I'm considering switching to the shock one, so I have ancient hilts, more Ghostblade uptime. I still don't think I need it yet. Maybe in the 40s we do that. When Tonhammer thinks he's gonna do some shit and Ghostblade's like, nope. Something I could do as well is take altars. Speed this up further. I haven't been doing that, but I'll start looking. If there's like a melee elemental damage as I'm running by, I'll just grab it. That's another big way to speed up these runs. Those altars, their effects, when in doubt, assume it's just a fresh molt. Like this elemental damage one, it gives you a bonus element of the previous element. So like, it's big. The gun damage one is just a straight up multiplier. Like the altars are crazy powerful. Can really speed things up. Especially if you're going for pure speed like this and crystals are irrelevant. That was gonna be a temporary skill point investment, just moving one awe to one indomitable. But I think I'm gonna keep that permanently, especially with how hard enemies hit in higher chaos tiers. It's survivable, but the safety net is nice. Don't mind if I do. Catchy. I'm gonna have to do the song and dance. Wait a second. So my Ghostblade's available. I'll have to remember to ping her so that my Wyvern targets in a somewhat intelligent manner. Okay, my Smithy's bounced off her, and also that ping lagged my game. Also, one time Twitch did not cause a lag. Yeah, no, that's just my game having been open for 7 hours. Yeah, that's what that is. Chaos Trial 37. Let's go. So I find that this is a great area to showcase the build. The space in between C35 and C50, because that's where Primordials start to get pretty common. Ascended isn't on the table yet, but that's fine because I have no Ascended pieces on this build. So you're pretty much expected to be in a mix of Primordials and Volatiles, more so Primordials as you get closer and closer to 50. So I'm using gear that's totally appropriate for these difficulties, and I'm still clearing quite quickly. Feels good. Feels good. Sound? Okay. Hey you, 12Q. Also, how you doing? Good to see you again. Hogan Ball, good thanks. Glad to hear. I've been okay. I've been okay. I wasn't feeling so good earlier today, but every once in a while I get fixated on like a goal or something in the game, and I gotta see it through during stream. So that's why I am live an hour and 40 minutes past my end time, and we still have 13 Chaos Trials to do. So sometimes I just don't have self-control. I suppose that means I'm in a good mood. If nothing else, it is an excuse for more Ghostblade, aka the correct action step. I didn't run into a wall. I don't know what you mean. It wasn't me. It was a paid actor. Copy this build, very fun. Hey, glad you're liking it. Haven't used Smithy's spell yet. Smithy's just kind of something I'm doing right now for fun. I don't think it's optimal here at all, because like Smithy's honestly isn't very good. It's thematically there, like it's melee, so like okay, but it's not very good. Like I'd be better off using the sigil I normally use, or the forbidden spell. Or even something like an Inflammation, or just a low cooldown multi-charge spell for the urge. I'd be better off with a lot of different things. I'm just using Smithy's because it's silly, I guess. Mine isn't particularly good either. No damage increasing parts, only volatile. Next character, definitely a Claw. Try this out. Currently enjoying Deadshot a lot. One of my favorite things in Borderlands 3 was doing non-gun builds, and Deadshot really does feel like a successor to that. At least the action skill-oriented non-gun builds. Like, a lot of them played like spells. So, despite me having gripes with the power of Spellshot as a class, I do enjoy Deadshot caster gameplay. As long as I'm actually just doing damage with my spells and not, like, throwing things. Hey Poison, how you doing? Good to see you. Your labor build would be better off using the forbidden spell. Some of us don't like I win now buttons. Exactly. Like, what's the point of setting up the game to where you don't have to play it as your gameplay? That can be fun in small doses and to meet specific goals. Like, I do want to see what automating the soul farm in the minecart room would be like. But, like, why play video game to not play video game when you could just play the video game? Or actually not play the video game. Either of those solutions seem more sensible to me.
Spellswords are ready! Hot out the oven! Just what I needed.
Just loving using multiple spells, it's so fun. Absolutely. They did a really good job dragging a few spells out of the trash can, so to speak, with the DLC 3 patch. Because they took, what, half a dozen spells that needed love and gave them love. Like, I found myself really liking Barrel Maker, Laser Hand, and Threads of Fate. 3 spells I would not give the time of day before the update. Inflammation was already good, Glacial Cascade was already good, but they did get better.
I rescued him, but really? I feel he rescued me. Steal from beyond!
Don't get me wrong, I have a Pixie build, I haven't played it since C20 was max. Found a Pixie in my first playthrough, just decided to keep going with them. Yeah, like, I've used things like Buffmeister on occasion. It's just not something that is going to be healthy for my consumption of the game long term. They take something out of you. Like, if the longevity of the game is the creativity, using something bereft of the creativity is just gonna kill the game for you. At least for me, anyway. Not used Buffmeister yet, trying to learn to do damage with other means, eventually I'll try it out. It's something that's like, for a few minutes you're like, wow, that's a lot of damage. And then it's like, oh, that's it? That's my whole gameplay now? You just hit button and game does work for you. It's like, eh. I get more personal satisfaction out of putting together interactions and loadouts that do the damage, rather than slapping one item that does the same thing on any build. Good illustration. Buffmeister is what people pretend the Guardian Angel was. So people will make the same assertions about the Guardian Angel, but the thing is the Guardian Angel had competition. Buffmeister doesn't. There were multiple, very powerful stat sticks for various means in Borderlands 3, but there are no spells that buff damage the way the Buffmeister does. It is alone. Still on? Yes, Lynn. We got a bunch of trials to go through, so we're seeing it through. Give me a move speed spell that doesn't buff Meister. Absolutely. I would love that. I Also, hi, Rip. How you doing? Honestly, it wasn't so strong. It seems like a pretty good spell for anything needs a damage boost. Damage is just so strong. It's because it does so many things. Like, it doesn't need to have, like, 6, 7, 8, 9 different functions. It can just be one of those and still be amazing. I still think it could have been divided up into a bunch of different spells, and it would have been, like, much more reasonable. Like, if there had been one that had been the move speed, one that had been the bonus element, one that had been the spell damage, one that had been the melee damage, one that had been the ability damage, etc., etc. Like, one that had been the fire rate. It just does so many different things. Oh, the blink spell? Yes. Please. Chaos on at the moment. I am on 37 right now. I'm just finishing 37. This new challenge, how fast is C50? I mean, it's a long one. Like, it's real long. You can make it a lot shorter than I'm making it. With a super optimized build for the thing. Also just more knowledge of the stuff and more paying attention. Just be a better gamer than I am, Forehead. But I'd like to see some sort of Chaos Trial progression become a thing that people have an interest in. It's fairly easy to reset your Chaos tier progression with third-party tools, so like PC players could all do it. But finding like a format length that people would like would be tough. Like maybe just 40 to 50 or something, because this might end up being 4 hours long, going 1 to 50. And I don't know if people want to do 4-hour marathon speedruns, you know? At least not for Lands games. Okay, that crab was toxic. Like, PoE has a lot of movement spells, also do AoE damage where you land. Spell like that would be awesome. Absolutely, yeah. You know, Feral Surge is almost like that. It is a big leap that does damage when you land. Weirdly, it doesn't get AoE damage, because Wonderlands. And it's not very good with current state of the game. I'd love to see Feral Surge get some love, but Feral Surge-like things is a spell. Related note, how long is a Wonderland story speedrun? I want to say it's like an hour 30. Soccer Chick would know better than me. Swin knows too. Glitch is 130, glitchless is sub 4. Nice. So glitch is 130. There you go. Thank you, Swin. I think Hawk got 356 and I'm at 405. Nice. I didn't know you guys were pushing that category. I'll have to stop in and watch a run sometime. I honestly didn't know people were doing glitchless for this game. Good to see there's interest in that. I'm always a proponent of multiple categories being populated, you know? There are Hades fresh file the credit speedruns. Yeah. But Hades is like one of the best games ever made. I love Wonderlands. You know, maybe it goes down in history as that good a game. I don't know, I couldn't tell you. But Hades is truly built different. Like, in terms of Hades speedruns, you could get me to competitively speedrun reading cringy poems to Meg. Like, I would do that. I would do it. Gotta run. Always nice hanging out. Have a good one, everybody. Take it easy, Hell Rider. Thanks for hanging out through the very long stream. I hope your day's good. Appreciate you. Near miss.
Looks like magic back on the menu.
I'll touch for about a month. Soccer is in getting things together for graduation, etc. Yeah.
Tell the Reaper I sent you.
You almost had time to spawn ads. So you can tell the enemy health is going up. Oh yeah, I was gonna start looking at these. Speed. I'm also low-key kind of considering this stream sort of training my body to be used to streaming longer. Because there was a while where I did like a 13-hour plus stream every week. That was a while ago. And if I'm gonna do that 24 soon-ish, I should reacclimate, you know? Something I need to do to that end is hydrate. So after this run, I'll probably get up and grab some water.
Ready to go.
You just jumped into the blender there, my guy. That goblin could have jetpacked to any point on the map, and he chose inside of the Ghost Blade. Like, he chose it. I kind of feel bad. Is this Destiny? Ugh. Close friends are dead, you just want to hang out with them again? Dark. Probably accurate. Take more speed. We zoom in. Oh, that's kind of hard to control, actually. You know when you get just enough movement speed that, like, it starts to get hard to focus on individual objects on your screen? Yeah, that's me now. Uh-oh. Alright, maybe I don't take two of those. Note to future me. Water.
Can't wait
BRB.
to
Like
barbecue
1
some
minute.
bastards.
I should really put timer up on like this screen. Whatever. It's still ticking. BRB. Okay, I'm back. I didn't get water because this was closer. So, Arizona green tea. Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag please sponsor me. I drink so much of that shit. Hashtag still don't. Oh, that was a great cast. I'm so proud of myself for that one. Arizona's the only sector of the economy immune to inflation. Real. Amnesia's trying. Move speed, max ward, melee crit chance with blast chill. That's like really good actually. Kobe. R.I.P. I also have a granola bar.
Yeah, just as we practiced.
Still say Kobe? Yeah, still say Kobe.
Energy sapped. Hope you carried in coin. I don't kill for free. Good for what ails you. That's good.
Already more than one card of the way through 24. Good training. Maybe we should update it to Curry, you think?
Who wants to make
Kobe's
that
still a baller.
mistake again?
Still wild to me. Like, That was shocking. I don't think. It's one of those, wow, this is real life type of deal. Let it never be said that we don't live in interesting times. Oh, I might be dead. Ah, Pucks. Pucks, fire immune. With the wrong timeline. Like, why would they joke about that? What? It's real sort of modes? Yeah, yeah. I have this response to stress that is not personal to me, that is still stressful, of nervous laughter. Like, it's a bit of a weird tick. I have some control over it, but like, nervous laughter. And that's been happening a lot the last few years. I'm like, wait, that's a thing? Most people have the response? Good to know. Something fast there. And yeah, that was first death, Turbo. Actually, no, second. Second, because the first one was like, encounter was cleared, and I died to a dot after all the enemies were dead. So, second death. It was first, like, in-run death. And it's just because I'm being stubborn and not switching to the lightning weapon that I should.
Oh, don't look so surprised!
Or not shooting Stab-O-Matic when I should. As a Dallas kid, I just say Derek. Like, Smithy did well there. Maybe the way you get Smithy's ire to, like, really pop off is absurd crit chance. It can roll crit chance parts, but, like, I think that just affects your spell crit chance. Because, like, it's melee damage. It goes off your melee crit stats. Like, the crit damage parts I have a crit damage part and 2 radius parts in my smithies. I don't think the crit damage part is doing anything. Because I don't have any source of spell damage in this build. I suppose optimal parts for it would be spell damage for the base. Child of the 90s, so it was always Jordan, or he liked to rank Kobe more. Something about Kobe just stats fun. Also, answering that, Roddy, it was the precursor to a really cursed year. I don't know, I remember some people saying this year's gonna be wild. And, we did not know the half of it. That was a very cursed year. You ever think about what it'd be like to go back to yourself in, like, 2018, and then just explain everything that's happened since then? 2018 me would have punched me in the face, be like, no, stop it. You need help. The Roaring 20s. Fuck. Me would have been offended at the sick jokes I was making. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? Don't ever joke about something like that. There's one good thing, it did give us more work from home jobs, which some really helped out. Yeah, yeah. That is one nice thing. There's definitely better infrastructure for people being able to integrate their work life into not having to go to a fucking office. So that's nice. 18 me would be upset we got that. 18 me would be upset that I somehow got skinnier. I somehow, like... Heaviest I've been in my entire life is when I was 17 years old. Yes, Cat, I think it's bullshit too. I cannot keep weight on. Sucks.
Ready to cast.
I don't know why I even go for that. Like, he never lets that hit. But Ghostblade's more than Chad enough to get the face skip, so... Something. Wait, that was hitting him. You could hit him during the transition? Hang on. That poison damage was hitting him. Interesting. Come on, Dragon Lord. I'm invincible, says the guy who just got dumped on by Ghostblade. True. I don't blame him though. Everything gets dumped on by Ghostblade. Ghostblade, my beloved. Primordial Smart Armor. No points in double knock. I mean, I guess that's appropriate. If that had points in double knot, that would have been really good for a laser hand build. The laser hand's like one of the only things in the game that doesn't care about smart armor. And Melda enters the chat, Ghostblade who? I don't know what the name of the boss you just referenced is, but I'm gonna ask you to keep that word just to yourself. I don't understand it. It scares me. It makes me feel things. Keep that boss's name out your fucking mouth. Prefix Aw didn't care about smart armor either. Prefix Aw was so... It was something. Now, it may not have been healthy for the game, but I still miss it. It's one of those things that I acknowledge is maybe a blind spot for me. You know, I'm a proponent of balance, but it was just so cool. Like, being able to run around just using a Catatumbo and just getting the lightning bolts on everything and it keeping up Awe, and you could do so much cool stuff with it. Perma Awe was really good for Storm Smite damage. Perma Crit from Awe, rather.
Let's get casting and blasting.
More like I'm Molda because she's a rotten boss. Not your best work, but I like the energy. Guess we gotta trust his magic. I'm probably gonna go down a lot this run. Indomitable work in overtime. I think post-ad crit is a place in the game, just value needs to be lower. I think Stabo Feet could justifiably be made post-ad at a lower value. Because currently, Stabo Feet is within 1% of an Ascended Armor passive. Stabo Feet with max available Stabo power, aka an Ascended Amulet and Armor, is within 1% of an Ascended Armor passive. So, like, I think that's a little lackluster for the crit character. We laughed the pain away. Such is life. Do you get any more trove grinding done, Frizz? How's that been treating you, if you did any? Crit characters always lackluster. Power this out. Ah, no longer dying. Power's out because politics is about to start again. Cool. I mean, it's not the politics bit, but cool. Did find an armor piece. First things first. Armor pierce. First things first. Purple. Winter's Blast. Accidental win. That's neat. I got a chest piece with no resistance against fortified APOC mob, and of course it's a Bannerlord, and I want that on Marshall. Like, if I got that on Marshall, that'd be such a huge upgrade. Frees up a mod slot for me immediately, but of course it was Bannerlord. I also got another Bannerlord with Captain Hunter. But it's weird because I don't like Bannerlord. Yes, I'm a Devastator player who doesn't enjoy Bannerlord. Ask me anything. Anything? Yeah. No, it doesn't have to be related to the thing we were talking about. Bannerlord needs to tweet from what I've seen. It's, like, it's trying to do Impale stuff, but it doesn't do Impale stuff better than Marshall or Seismic Commander do. So, like, the thing with the two new dev sets is they're both outclassed by the sets people already used. Seismic Commander and Marshall do both melee and Impale better than the melee and Impale sets do. So it's like, oh, alright. I guess you exist. Why do you prefer earbuds? I have small ears. So my ears are shaped very weird to the point where over-ear stuff causes me pain after a while. How much could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck aluminum? Depends on if he pronounces it aluminum or aluminium. Very important question.
Never get tired of that.
See a lot of people interested in it, it's just functionally weaker. Like, it's tempting because cooldown sounds nice, but you can already get very competitive Impale cooldown with other sets. And then Tremor is just kind of eating a slot. Like, it being dependent on Tremor is, like, the biggest weakness. If it said non-Impale Seismic skill, instead of Tremor. That would help it. But then, of course, that's just gonna have people Earthquake. Earthquake should be nerfed. Yes. That's not a popular opinion, but it should be. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? I don't remember that whole bit. I used to have a large chunk of it memorized, but I am less cultured than I once was. Also has a disfigured ear, just smooths with fine headphones. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I have very small ears. And they're like a bit weird shaped, like inside too, so earbuds are just more comfortable. So I go through a lot of Apple earbuds, because they're exactly what I need, but they're Apple earbuds, so the quality is terrible and they don't last long at all. So I go through a lot of them, because planned obsolescence is the Apple way. I have a headset and I'm listening to the podcast playing Wonderlands. Eventually, one ear and a headphone starts to hurt. Ever use Skull Candy? Not in many years, but yeah, passable. Same functionality. Never had any complaints. European is 24 miles per hour. European is in kilometers per hour. But if you're in the UK, Brits are weird and sometimes use miles per hour. They sometimes just weirdly use our incorrect American measurement systems. So we've been legitimized. Still going? Yeah, I want to hit Chaos 50. So I'll probably be here for another 45 minutes, something like that. Whatever, it's fine. Maybe an hour, whatever. We don't talk about the UK. No, that's fair. Oh, thought my game crashed. Just hung up. Toothless or nasty spell? That's rude. Hey Twisted Grin, how you doing? Probably use headphones made for people with glasses, but I don't. Maybe it'd bring you some relief. Yeah, I'm just an earbuds guy. I know what works for me after, you know, years of trying stuff. Did my character just say from hell's ass? Arse?
Ready to incinerate some bad guys, are ya?
I'm not super used to the voice lines because I turned them off in this game since I'm an Amnesia user. A Bluetooth headset I've used for a while, found with iPhone headphones. Yeah. Take this. Yeah, that difference is gross.
Think I'll let my blade do the work.
This is another thing to watch out for if you see random build videos out there. There's no way to detect if someone has a bunch of shrine buffs if they don't open that menu. And the shrine buffs are rather ludicrous. C50 speedrun. Yeah, I'm going from 1 to 50 on this character. Now, already geared. I transferred over my gear from my my Ghostblade Clawstalker onto this new one. So it's functionally the same character, but slightly weaker because I don't have all the collectibles in this one. So I'm missing out on like some crit chance, some crit damage, some cooldown. But all the gear. So we're just seeing how long it takes to do an uninterrupted chaos climb. The timer has not stopped for me taking a couple of AFK breaks, but it's been going through like load screens and we haven't been looting or anything. So this will be the total for a reasonable build with no breaks, also without the looting. You add in looting, this is going to take a lot longer. I've not stopped to look at most things that have dropped. I've not used any of my crystals. Well, like the first couple runs I used some crystals, but that was when you only got enough for 1 to 2 money pulls.
I never get tired of it. Good for what ails you.
I do wish Myth rank had some sort of drop-off, or cap. For example, Outriders Ascension ranks, system they just introduced with their expansion, with a cap of 200. It is 4 quadrants of stats, it does not restrict you to investing in a particular order, and you can put max 10 into everything. Caps out at 200. You organically get to 200 like around the time you unlock max difficulty on that character. Like, I'm on Apocalypse tier 32 out of 40. And my Ascension rank is like 80 something. And it just gets way, way harder to level your actual Apocalypse tiers. Like exponentially harder from where I am. So, probably around the same time I hit 40s when I'll be maxed on that. Panzer, I'm not sure if it's worth going all the way to Arb. Okay, it's just such a slow fight. Yeah. It's worth coming back for. I haven't touched this around this time last year. I've been enjoying it a lot, Swin. It's been my main off-stream game since World Slayer dropped, and also I've been playing it on stream a bit. I've really been enjoying it. I'm doing my usual thing, defying build expectations, using shit people say isn't viable, and clearing faster than they can. But the build diversity definitely went up. It's quite interesting. I think myth rank capping is something that can realistically change now. I don't think it's something they can do anymore. I think it's like that ship has sailed. But I'm hoping that they do not unlearn lessons for next time. Like, BL3 Guardian rank had stat drop-off, like diminishing returns on your token investment, and then there were hard caps on all of them too. I had over 6,000 hours in that game, and I never hit the hard caps in most of the stats. A couple of them I did, but most of them I never did. But by that point, it was like dozens of tokens for 1/100% of gun damage. Like, pretty fucking reasonable. And the difference between someone with like 2000 Guardian rank and someone with 200 Guardian rank was minor. Very minor. Compare that to Myth rank in this game. It's like, why did it go in the other direction? Like, if I went and spent all my Myth rank tokens right now, I have 280 points unspent. 280 across 4 quadrants, that's a huge stat increase I could just have. And as you can see, I'm already more powerful than I need to be, so like... Yeah, it's 1% per point for Julio. Couldn't make it work, so it clearly can't work. Love those folks, always good for a laugh. Yeah.
Spell slots are ready! Hot out the oven!
I like if we could dynamically turn them off. I just turn off the ones that scale infinitely. Yeah, BL3 had the option to turn off the perks individually. You couldn't turn off the stats. You'd have to turn off the whole system and turn off the stats, but you could turn off the perks individually. There's a way to respec it, if nothing else, would be something. And the whole thing where you have to invest in order by quadrant, that's silly. I don't think that needed to be a thing. Because, like, let's say you just wanted to scale up your ability damage a little more than the other ones. You didn't want ridiculous gun damage, but you want a little bit of ability damage. You can't do that. You have to make both ridiculous. I don't like that. So it's currently all or nothing, with no way of changing it. It'd be extremely interesting to watch you do an Outer Worlds playthrough with your decision-making ability. I've done Outer Worlds on stream, actually. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I really like that game. It's been a while, but I did do that. I'm very excited for the sequel. 403 right now. What did I say I was at? 760. What do you think about that? Just wouldn't mind scaling my ability damage really high just to see if certain builds could work better. Yeah, like, the action skills that scale with ability damage tend to be the weaker ones. You got Dire Sacrifice, Blizzard, Barrage, Feral Surge, to some extent Dreadwind, because the opportunity cost of Dreadwind is the problem right now. Like, it's... good luck Dreadwinding for a meaningful amount of time at C50. But the action skills that scale with ability damage are the ones that would justify that investment, but you can't do it without also busting the other stuff. And then that's before confronting the elephant in the room of stat conversion. Things like, if you take spell damage, use a spell blade and a paradigm, well, that myth rank spell damage is working triple overtime if you also grab magic bullets, you know? You got magic bullets applying it as bullet damage, then you've got spell blade applying it as conditional damage, then you got paradigm applying it as melee damage. Stab-o-matic go burr. And that's not including the part where the Stab-o-matic is also getting your melee node. Like, it's just an interconnected mess of why. I think Blizzard would be meta. I can't believe it's not good. I mean, why would you think Blizzard would be meta? Hitting the VOD after the stream ends. Oh, for Outer Worlds? It was a while ago, Twisted Grin. Like, it was probably a year ago. About a year. That's not gonna be viewable anywhere. I hadn't set up the archive channel for YouTube until Wonderlands came out, and Twitch stream archives only last 2 months. Sag, yeah. Who knows? Maybe it'll make it into the rotation for Variety Saturday eventually. I don't mind replaying games. Like, I've done several BioShock Infinite playthroughs on stream, for example. 2 or 3. I replay stuff sometimes. I don't know, Blizzard just seems cool. Yeah, but there's lots of things that seem cool that just aren't very good. For example, Dire Sacrifice is like one of my favorite action skills. Hell, Barrage is one of the things that got me most interested in messing with different classes as they revealed them. Like, Barrage was when I was like, I'm gonna bust that shit wide open. And then it came out and it's like, oh, that's all you do? Alright. Dire Sacrifice doesn't seem cool, it seems fucking awesome. It's so, like, I love it. It's been good to see Lazy having a little bit of success with through a Chaos Climb. I think he was playing more of that today. I don't know. I obviously haven't been able to catch a stream because I've just never stopped streaming myself. Experiencing RE8 with you for the first time was probably one of my all-time favorites. Hey, that was a really fun stream. I enjoyed that so much. I do regret not having the archives channel back then, because there's some streams that we just had a really good time with. The RE8 stream, the Mass Effect trilogy arc, that was a good time. B-movie. I actually did save that one. I do have that one saved to my computer. What? Yeah, I actually did think to save that one. You watch B-movie on stream? No. I read the script of the B-movie on stream. And chat got to, like, control things I did. Like, they got to swap out words and stuff. It got really cursed. They also were drawing on a virtual whiteboard as a backdrop to my reading. They could force me to go into ASMR mode for a few minutes. It was a whole thing. It's more cursed than you think. It was quite cursed. Replace every usage of honey with lazy daddy, that was a thing. Yep. That was the first Suffer stream. That was the original one. How do you view Wonderlands gameplay? I would enjoy seeing any play for educational purposes. I appreciate that. The majority of people who follow me did find me through BL3 or Wonderlands. You know, understandably, everyone's got games they're most associated with. But I do enjoy the variety streams. Definitely enjoy those. For the first 3 months of Wonderland's life, I didn't stream anything else, but Variety Saturdays have come back, so. Lately it's been just Outriders, because that's what I've been enjoying playing. And it makes for good stream content. But there's a bunch of other things on my, at this point, years-long backlog. I really do want to play Devil May Cry 5, but I might just play that one off stream, because, I don't know, finding time. There's lots of other stuff I want to play. Stray is coming out. I want to stream that. getting better with the aim on that smithies. How many enchants can you have at the same time? So it'll be the gun in your hand, your melee weapon, your ward, and your spell. If you're an ambi-hex spell shot, then you get 2 spells, so you can have a chance acting on both of them. Uncooked your pasta, just for the record. Yep. That is the truth. Thanks. You're welcome, Tomo. People in Outriders stream look fun. I really like build crafting games, and Outriders gives you a lot of ways to do that. Also, I am a contrarian, so I like subverting expectations with build crafting, and Devastator was always the underdog class. Like, people like to pretend Devastator was terrible the whole game's life, because it didn't hit as hard as the other classes. And now with World Slayer, Devastator's more popular, but I continued playing it, and I'm not doing the stuff that's popular. Like, there's people out there saying Dev Melee is terrible, but like, I don't know, it's pretty good. Favorite class in Outriders? Devastator. I don't do the Quake or the Boulder Dash stuff. I'm currently playing Martial Set with Melee. It's going well. I hit Apocalypse 32 last night. And I'm getting like sub 4 boomtowns and stuff, so it's pretty solid. No rounds, therefore bad class. Keep meaning to buy Outriders. Every time I sit down on my computer, I just play more Wonderlands. Mood. It's so hard finding the time to like balance games. But like, for anyone interested in Outriders plus the World Slayer expansion, I do have an affiliate link, !Outriders. Thank you, Square Enix. But yeah, fun game, fun game. Trying to think how to describe it. It's like, it's very class identity focused. So if you like hero shooter type vibes, but with like a looter dungeon crawler's skin around it, yeah. Borderlands and Gears of War? Yeah, that's a way of putting it. The devs People Can Fly did make Gears of War Judgment. So they did make a Gears game. Like the sound of that, I don't know if I can get over third-person view. I'm trying to think about how Outriders might work in first-person. I think that'd be kind of jank. I'd love to see it, though. Remember I mentioned Winter's Blast got pants with shatter? Sick. Maybe soon I got $3 to my name. I feel you, Swin. I feel you. Did you talk about God of War, J-Bridge? It was. They were talking about Gears of War. Too many things with the same acronyms. Talking Gears? Yeah. Also, out of context, that's a fantastic quote. Hey, Grumpy. Up late, so am I. How you doing? Yeah, I'm just being stubborn, and I want to time a full Chaos Climb on this character. I totally underestimated how much time it would take. But that's okay. Because I know I can speed this up a lot with like a really well-optimized build. Think about it, every run that I'm doing has like several minutes of time saved. And it's a lot of runs. So a lot of potential time saved.
my blade do the work. More of you, is it? Won't be enough. I made a meaner stuff than that.
Do we all claim our free version of Mass Effect Legendary? Yeah, is that still going on? Because, just as a PSA, the Mass Effect trilogy, one of my favorite game series of all time. It's currently, if that's still ongoing, free with Prime. Part of the Prime Day shit. Definitely worth a grab. Enemy damage is starting to show out. Oh, Snake Stick took care of Monster Shroom though. A massive ass, like the name. How you doing? Need to link my origin, I'll do it now because it's freeze and Quack's praising it. Might just give it a go. Man, it's good taste. It's one of those things. Even if you don't have time to try it anytime soon, just grab it and you'll have it. You will have it. Get an air trying to claim it? Yeah, I haven't claimed it myself because I bought Legendary Edition when it came out and streamed that, and it was lovely. Excellent time. Should I buy this game on Xbox? Is it still shit? I don't think it was ever shit. Depends on what you like. If you like dungeon crawlers, looter shooters, build crafting, then yeah, it's worth a buy. If that stuff's not for you, then maybe not. But I don't think this game was ever shit. I've been playing it since before it released. Dropped 100 plus on BL3 Xbox Edition. Dollars or hours? Sorry, it might sound like a weird question, but I'm not sure what you mean. And I am going somewhere with that question. Because if you like Borderlands 3, you have a high likelihood that you're going to like this game. If Borderlands 3 wasn't for you, for gameplay reasons, not narrative reasons, gameplay reasons, then maybe this isn't for you either. Because it's very different than BL3, but in many areas it has the same energy. Me, I like that. I have over 6,000 hours in Borderlands 3. So, like, this game capturing that vibe for me, it knows what I like. So glad you mentioned Mass Effect. Forgot Killing Floor 2 is free this week. I grabbed Killing Floor 2 free on Epic like last year, but good shout, Swim. Good shout. Take it easy, Twisted Grin. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. And hours. Ah, okay. Heard everyone's dragging on it because of there being more stuff. Oh, so you're going there. Okay. Let me address this. One, that's not... No. Two, even if it was, who the fuck cares? Three, no. That's definitely a series of takes. Yeah, are there even any beyond the existence of a character who in third-party materials has been referenced as being trans but is nowhere referred to as such in the game, having a character that is a different gender identity than their pre-transition identity? It's like there's one character that is a dude who was female presenting in Borderlands 3, but it's not even the same character, it's a character of that character. My brain is melting. My brain is melting. I don't know how people could think that. It's like the people who got mad when Borderlands 3 came out, saying it was all about identity politics because the character, Hammerlock, who's been canonically a gay man since 2012, exists, and that is too much for them. Like, okay. A bit weird. The homophobic shit's ever on YouTube. Yeah, people are always gonna do that shit. It is, there's one thing you can count on, it's that people are disappointing. Character creator doesn't force you to pair a male voice with a male body, maybe. You know, I did see something about that. I saw some fucking person, they were serious about this, by the way. Like, it was so cringy. They were upset that the character creator allows you to choose your pronouns. Like, that's the thing that was like, the game's terrible. Because the character creator allows you to choose the pronouns of your character. And like, full transparency, you're a piece of shit if you think that. And also, I pick they, them pronouns for my characters because it makes it easier for me to make content with them. Because it's more readable for, like, theory crafting purposes. It's like, it's got practical function to it. I don't understand why people are so fucking lazy in their weird things they invent to hate on things for. Like, it does boil down to them being hateful, and hate is rooted in stupidity. A lot of times. It's fucking obnoxious. Like, something I've noticed a lot about this game, and it filters down to, new players, who often are exposed to takes like that instead of, you know, reality, is you'll see people invent weird shit to hate on a game for, instead of, like, talking about actual flaws. Like, I'd understand if someone had gotten a bad impression of this game based on some of the reception to some of the DLC content. Like, that's perfectly fair. DLC content stuff doesn't bother me as much as other people, but I get it. It's a legitimate gripe. And people just invent things. It's so weird. Also, representation, diversity, and inclusion is never a bad thing. Like, people want to see themselves in their entertainment and their characters. Having people able to identify with characters is never a bad thing. It's both a smart business move and a good human move. Just want fun gameplay. I want it to be all representation stuff. Well, it's not. It has absolutely nothing to do with that. And you're kind of sending red flags out to everyone in chat by continuing to make it about that. Like, you know, there's been gameplay on your screen this entire time during this conversation as well. Like, the whole time. being a weird combo. I've had weirder. And yeah, as Reckless Monster said, totally different departments. That bullet did a hard turn. That's the mean by magic bullets. It certainly seems that way. Some of these are starting to grow on me. I think I just do need more crit chance to feel good about it. Which, I mean, good luck me getting that. I don't know how I'm gonna do that. I suppose, higher class power on my amulet? More stabba power, more dirty fighting. Getting the dex buff. Higher class power and an extra awe point on armor. Like, I already have a melee crit chance passive though. And Ascended 3 awe melee crit chance. This exact armor type, like, that's not happening. So, hot take for me, for representation, overweight and tall stature was easier. Like, sometimes I want to play a fat guy, because that was me for the longest time. Star Wars The Old Republic has body types for different characters. You choose in the character creator. And it's like a very slender, short one, and then a big, tall, buff one. And then a medium one, just like what you'd imagine an average person to look like. And then a thick one. For like the feminine body type, it's just like just kind of thick. But then for the dude, you're a little chunky. But like it's like the muscle chunky kind, you know? Like a big dude who's also just a big dude.
This will be over before you can record it. Just what I needed.
Looks like a lineman, yeah. Strongman kind of thick. Yeah, exactly. Not the Instagram kind of big guy, but the actual, like, competitive lifter kind of big guy. Need you to stop talking up Star Wars. The Old Republic not touched in years. There are far too many untouched games in my library. Loading screen. I haven't touched it in 4 years now, and it's been getting harder to ignore it. I don't know why a part of my brain keeps telling me to go back to it. I shouldn't. I legit don't have the time, and I just shouldn't for a laundry list of reasons. But every once in a while, I'm like, that sounds fun. I always like the triangle slider thing between height, weight, and muscle. Saints Row does that, right? Struggle Bus? I think that's Saints Row. Yep, cool. Call my old trip, start a new Snowcore playthrough. I loved raiding in that game. The raid bosses in that game are so annoying. Dadbot characters would be sick. Yeah, that's something that I think more of in character creation. Like at the end of the day, it's also just more options. More options is just good, objectively. More potential happy customers. Also, timer's at 4:20. Make a wish.
Never send a corpse to do a killer's job.
Couldn't go back to Final Fantasy XI if I wanted to. Security token died, can't even log into my Square Enix account for Outriders. Ooh. Of the two MMOs I've committed entirely too much time to. One's SWTOR, the other one's Black Desert. I nuked my Black Desert account, foreseeing the future that I would eventually want to go back, and it was one of the best decisions I ever made. The kind of game where in 5 seconds you can blow up 5 years of progress. Really assists in the killing your desire to come back.
Never a moment's peace.
You malfunctioned in there, Massive Ass? I know you just showed up to shitpost, but like, thank you for the ad revenue. Are you good, homie? 6+ more trials to go. See the light at the end of the tunnel? Yeah, we're almost there. Was that your 420 wish? I think that was your 420 wish. That one was hard to decipher. Or associated talking. The trouble with words. Words are hard sometimes. You're good. Words are hard. Almost there now? Yeah, Cheeky. It's going. It's going. Here for gameplay? I love gameplay. Yeah, what you're seeing right now is the progression to having the highest difficulty content in the game unlocked. The timer in the top right corner is how long I've been doing that progression on this character, starting from just 0. I gave all the wrong impression on who I am, and I apologize. It takes a lot to apologize. I accept that.
That's more like it.
Man has a wish he shut it down. I'm sorry. Gotta say though that Outriders does a fantastic job of tickling that RPG itch. It does. You know what I want in Outriders? There's a lot of people asking for more content. Like, more content would be good too. I just want more cosmetics. I want to customize more. I want fashion riders. What does fire do here? Like, it might do better than light. Using fire at Vorkanar feels like not the correct play, but it's fine. Top Mass Effect, let's go. I wear Tanner's hat on firepower builds, refuse to apologize. I forgive you for your lack of creativity. Urge to fire up that free Mass Effect so strong. Don't mention it because I'm gonna want to too. I already have Outriders to grind after stream, despite the fact that I've streamed an additional 3 hours so far.
Let's get cooking, little Cinder.
To the point where I'm starting to occasionally look at loot. To keep the stream going. Bonus 24-hour suffering stream? No. This is goal-oriented.
Come on, have some fun.
Almost there. Just gotta do 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. 5 more runs. Impromptu 24. If it takes me another... how many hours? I'm almost at 8 hours. If it takes me another 16 hours to do 5 runs, like, something happened. What do you think? Do the 5 runs and then go get the rest of the collectibles? Yeah. Just keep the stream going until the character's 100% on all quests as well. Just do the whole game. Yeah, why not? Don't forget Imelda too. Ah, yeah, how could I? How could I?
It's your funeral.
With the techno coat? I do the techno coat thing on depth sometimes, but currently I'm wearing a lot of pyro stuff on my Devastator. It's got twice as hot and it's character mod on my helmet. Jealous. I was thinking about running the burn nearby enemies at low health thing mod with twice as hot, because I could just build slightly glassier and just, you know, occasionally let that happen to get twice as hot going. If I stack enough status power, the duration of burn should be okay. But like, I'd still just need better APOC slot gear. Hey Glorzo, thank you for the Prime in the 2 months. I appreciate it. Oh, there's a Dragon statue. I should have just done that. Too busy enjoying the mobbing. Oh, he said the bad word. I've been conditioned to not respond properly to the bad word, Roddy. There's no hope for me. Leave me behind. Went from 2 good APOC slots to 3.5 in space of 20 minutes now. I'm psyched. That's encouraging. Thanks again, Glorzo. I appreciate it. He said skin? No, I did now. Uh-oh. Finally swapped out by second resistance mod for twice as hot. Hey. New job doesn't allow me to watch streams, which sucks, so I've been a VOD goblin for the last few weeks. Hey, well, I'm glad you're able to catch me live in moments of me having absolutely no self-control. Every once in a while I have a stream where I just kind of forget where the stop streaming button is. I expected to go a little over today. I didn't expect to go this far over. But hey, I'm having a good time. Hope you guys are too. Lazy and finished already? Yeah, that happens sometimes. I'll save up a cooldown node, which doesn't mean much on Pyro. Losing a cooldown node doesn't mean much to me on Dev either anymore. Like, my melee cooldown's already so fast. And because armor piercing is also cooldown for me at 50% efficiency, it's like, I have a lot. Owen was like, holy shit, he's on. Appreciate your lack of self-control. Hey, happy to provide some entertainment when I can. Ideally I want 3 CDRs, but 2 will be fine as the stats creep upwards. Yeah, just yesterday I switched my boots back from Anomaly to max HP, just for the better mod distribution. Once I get the boots on level, to get my gear average back up, and once I adjust for now that I'm Apocalypse 32 instead of 31, I'll have more Anomaly power than I did, and I'll be tankier, and have better mods, so I think it's fine. It's just gonna take a bit for me to get all that up to where I want it. Good diamond gauntlet. Your tiers are left 5, including this one. So we should be able to get this by the 5-hour mark. If I move expeditiously. Not a tough choice is the hat. My ideal set distribution uses the set hat, not this one, so might need to downgrade from it at some point. It do be like that. When you get to watch Cry your whole work day. Oh yeah, I have been doing 9 to 5 hours today. Should have switched to the lightning one. It's only slow fire on both. So all 15 mods now do at least something for me, which they didn't always. Yeah, for me, like my wasted mods right now, I have one where kill an enemy with melee inflicts vulnerable on all enemies within 10 meters of me. That's like definitely not bad. It's not ideal, because there's even a mod that just inflicts vulnerable when I melee. But, you know, it's not bad. I have crit damage scaling off my resist pierce, which isn't bad. Those are like my 2 less useful mods right now in my APOC slots. Character class is this? This is a Stabomancer and Clawbringer. You can choose 2 of the 6, soon to be 7, once DLC 4 releases, classes, and you can use them together. 1 skill tree per class, but you can pick 2. Your first one is locked in from character creation, but you can change your second one at will after you've completed the story. So the action skill you're seeing me use is the Stabomancer's Ghost Blade. But you see I've got that Wyvern companion flying around, that's from my Clawbringer tree. Grinding? Yeah, thermal. Don't get any Blight Caller info tomorrow? I doubt it. I think more realistically next week. But, you know, we'll find out, right? Never say this during a Quag stream, but peace all. Gotta head out to make dinner. Sounds good, Jester. I've been on too long. We won't be on too much longer. Thanks for sticking it out. Hope dinner's good. Kinda like Flax, Rax? Not quite. Rax came out when you used an action skill. It's more like Flax, ground-based pets that are just kinda always there. Except this one happens to fly. Yeah, Smithy's R is growing on me. I didn't love it at first, but it's growing on me. I think I just need a better roll. We know anything about the upcoming class? We know it's called Blight Caller. We know it's gonna have a focus on poison, some kind of totem-based stuff, summoning spirits, and we've seen some concept art of it. That is all we know. We don't know what the class feed is, we don't know the trees, we don't know when precisely we're getting it, other than DLC 4. A few popular questions people have about it are, what are going to be the class combo names? So like, Clawbringer, Stabomancer, Clawstalker. What are the combos involved with Blight Caller going to be? What skills are Blight Caller armors going to roll for the existing classes? How's the class going to stack up balance-wise compared to the other ones? Pretty popular questions. I don't imagine we'll get all those answers until after it's already out, but I'd like to at least get some of those answers. Any idea what class you're going to combine it with first time you try it? Depends on what the skill tree looks like, honestly. I tend to play the most Stabomancer out of all the classes, which is kind of funny, because Stabomancer, the Theory Crafter in me, like the math nerd, doesn't love Stabomancer, but the gameplay options that Stabomancer can provide are just too entertaining. Like Ghostblade right now, so fun. I love it. So high chance of Stabo. If I was to give into the Theory Crafter, most likely would be Berserker, because Berserker is a class that no matter what you do, it will pair well. The skill tree and the class feed and everything is just designed in such a way that Berserker is always a good choice for supplementing anything else in a build. So probably Berserker, if I can convince myself not to use Stab. Tell us if you got to see it early? Well, no. I wouldn't. But I haven't. But I also would.
luck or bad choices. Dead all the same.
Just fluffed a PB Boomtown. Damn. That happened to me 2 days ago, because I was at 210 hitting the button to the dock room. 210, which was like, I'd never gone that fast before. And then I got stagger locked by the dock. I was like, what the fuck is this? So I just lost like 20 seconds on him, and it ended up being slow. Prediction on Stavo. Definitely getting better aiming though. It's just kind of like throwing a fish slap. I mean, it's literally exactly like throwing a fish slap. It is my spell slot melee arcing projectile. But it can't kill me. That is a plus.
Think I'll let my blade do the work. I blame you for trying.
I was 10 seconds slow in first room and recovered all second room. Was quick enough third until someone managed to hide. Pain. I gotta clean up my room ones a little bit. I'm inconsistent. Like, sometimes I'll be hitting the button at like 55 seconds to open the door. Other times I'll be hitting it at like a minute 15. And I'm not really playing differently, but I'm doing something differently. I should really record myself when I try to do fast Boomtown, so like once I get a good one I can see what was actually happening. Because it's so hard to notice in the moment. My PB is still that 340 from Saturday stream. But I know I can do better. Little faith in you resisting the urge to go Stavo. You know me too well. Might as well turn this into a 24-hour stream. No, we're almost done. This is 46. We don't have much more. We're almost there. Can't work out. I get the final spawns quicker. Might need a specific eruption mod for it. I've resorted to, for that last group of spawns, waiting a little bit, actually. So, like, I throw Endless Mass, then I do nothing. So that they just kind of group a little better, and then I kill them. I know I could get that room faster on my setup with more cooldown. I know we just talked about how I don't need cooldown, but more cooldown would mean I could do 2 Endless Mass at the start of the room instead of 1. Because the radius is just big enough that if I flub the targeting, only a third of the pack dies. So it would be a good safety net. For our stream? No! But hi, CC.
You get the blade.
CZ, play Outriders. Thing is, I keep ashing things before their valid targets to erupt. Ah, yep. I do the same thing sometimes with Leap. You gotta wait long enough, but you can't wait too long, because then you're slow. Otherwise, it's been a great start to 24-hour stream. Can't wait to see the rest. See, that was a slow run. That was 10 minutes. What am I doing? I really fell off. When you do the 24-hour stream. Okay, so in like a couple weeks. Chat, CZ confirmed that he's gonna play Outriders. Thank you, CZ. I appreciate it. The solidarity means a lot. I agree, 24 wouldn't really be that much longer. It would be an extra 16 hours, though. I don't think we're gonna make the sub 5, chat. We have 15 minutes to hit that sub 5. That last run took 10 minutes. I don't see it happen. It's because I started slacking on doing bonus objectives, so the runes just got slower. Get back here. Bot edited my message. Ah, understand. Still on the grind, yep. We're almost there. This is Chaos Trial 47, so getting close. A couple more to do. 24-hour stream will get you just over halfway to cherishing Zane 47 hours a day. Real. It's been the great disappointment of my life, but I've accepted that I will never love Zane as much as CZ does. It's even in his name. Just... It's been tough. It's been tough. CZ told me that he loves the redistributor and the Sea and Dead more than life itself. I didn't believe it until I saw the conviction. The focus, the drive. It's about drive, it's about power.
I've got all the magic I need.
Quack does bonus objectives. Also Quack does spend the crystals he got doing bonus objectives. Well, some of the bonus objectives are giving me faster rune progression, Reckless Monster, so they're not entirely useless. I'm not 100% stupid. You can still round up to 100, but like, the starting point isn't 100, you know? This is a long room. How many fucking enemies are there? That was excessive. I should probably be taking curses in these runs as well, because like getting crit connoisseur and technically nasty spill speed up clear times. But eh. Love Quag's stream because they're short and enjoyable. Quag goes 3 hours at overtime. Then you get nullified too, that's the first room, and then you hate life. Yeah. Yeah. I'm grabbing blessings to make it faster, so not totally pain. No quartz here, huh?
Gonna need more magic. Let's get casting and blasting. Well, that's settled, isn't it?
Feel the blessings working. Feel it. Gotta do bird room by choice, send help. It's not so bad. Don't you have guns? It's fine. You're fine. Blasphemous did almost a quarter health bar to a low tier goblin while having 2 elemental blessings. It's trying. It's really trying. It's really doing its best. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Quack? I'm feeling it. We're getting close. Getting close, Brendan. We're not going to make the sub 5 hour mark. Because I dicked around a lot. But I'm feeling it. Ghostblade, behave. Ghostblade. Behave. Ghostblade. Behave. Thank you for behaving, Ghostblade. Kind of. Gotta say, the animation on those falling apart, very satisfying to look at. Look at that. That is very pretty. It'd be really cool if Blasphemous did overkill damage, kind of like whatever the perk to say in BO3. Remnant in BO3? It would make it better, but I really don't want Remnant back because that was so pervasively strong. I think just make Blasphemous base damage not awful. I think that would be a reasonable threshold. Because, like, the better one being not even 1300 base. Sure, it gets class power, ability damage, element, splash, but, like, that's like a mediocre SMG bullet. Like, a single SMG bullet. With an awkward formula. Overkill damage gets scary. It does. We can't be trusted as a community with overkill mechanics. We can't. Overkill into Barbo. I'm already doing on my Frost Shiver some Echo Barbo load stuff, and that's That's scary enough. What could go wrong? Went out for a few hours, Quack still streaming. Underestimate the cast climb a bit. Maybe a little bit. It's Staccato. Maybe a little bit. I did fart around a fair amount. I want to see it once, just once. I did fart around a fair bit. But yeah, a little over 5 hours total. If I hadn't, you know, AFK'd a few times and actually paid attention, this could be much faster. I might have been overestimating, saying super optimized build could do 2 hours. Maybe they could make it 3. But yeah, this is the penultimate run.
Let's get cooking, little cinder.
Bird room was not fine. It was fine. It was fine. You're fine. Everything is fine. You're okay. What's the boss on this one?
Let's get casting and
Is this a chance? Zomboss? One of those? No, the next one's Celissa. What's this one?
how the mighty get stuffed.
What made Smithy's ire grow on you? It's kind of fun to line up long distance hits. And provided it crits, the damage is noteworthy enough. But it's just one of those things, if it doesn't crit, it just doesn't do damage. Like, it's still probably, almost certainly, definitely, likely less damage than a laser hand. But most things are less damage than a laser hand, you know? Zomboss, thank you. Zomboss. Should be a pretty fast one if I go faster than that room. Cast Climb, give anything noteworthy? I haven't picked up any gear. I haven't looked at any gear, picked up, like... I picked up an armor piece and a spell that just happened to drop in my line of sight. Won't soft spot crit, will it? I don't know. Thanks for testing. But it goes off of melee crit chance, so like... Currently it's got a 72.8% chance of critting. I can take that higher with different enchants and gear stuff. Maybe not different enchants, those would more perfect gear. I could probably get to a consistent 80 to 90. But that's some very unrealistic gear. So that would be Ascended Amulet for Ascended Stab Up Power, be Ascended Armor with a 3rd point in all instead of just 2. You know, fucking like double or triple roll Ascended melee crit chance rings. That's not happening. Gotta redo the climb? Oh, okay. Quick question. I hate you. That's all. I didn't mean it. Okay, only part of me meant it. Okay, maybe I entirely meant it, but I felt bad about it. That's it. No Home Depot catheter for you. Man, I was really looking forward to that. Anyone who missed that part of the stream is going to be very lost. Yeah, it was like 4 hours ago. It really was. Shit.
This'll come in handy.
Buffs. Those are the discussions you just don't get in other streams. Hear most of stream and I'm lost. Friolio was explaining earlier how it's just a time loss for me to get up for bathroom breaks, and if I was a real gamer, I'd have a gamer catheter. I then invited them to set one up for me, and they offered to go to Home Depot. So, Home Depot gamer catheter. Any questions? Other than why? Why is not an approved question. Back when I was young, we called that the shit bucket. I feel like there's some anatomical errors there, but appropriate energy, sure. I have a gift card to Lowe's if that helps. No, quality isn't there. Only the finest materials. From
Could a cat have done that? I think not. A healing potion, eh?
buffs are starting to cost a lot. But they're too funny. Home Depot does a better tube, you have better tubes. I didn't plan that. Character needs to play Stray, all the shit on cats. Yeah, I heard that voice line. Roasting cats for not being wyverns? Like, hello? I bet wyverns would be afraid of cats. Because, like, a wyvern would at least kill you in the process of eating you, right? A cat would just make sure you stay alive while eating you. Most painful part of a Wonderlands playthrough is the closing credits. Why? Because it's over? Or did you not know you could skip? Yeah, Jacob be doing that in Stray. Understandable. As 49 unlocked. We got one more. One more. Lowe's is more for contractors, you know, if you need to set up several hundred catheters. What are the odds do you think like an esports league will just partner with Lowe's? Just in the near future. Just a question.
Think you can make it?
The hold escape? Yeah, there's a button you can hold on each platform to skip it completely. It's escape B or circle. Nothing on my stream indicates you can do that. Yeah, I didn't know about it either. Someone told me, like, during the credits on my second playthrough. I was like, oh, that is a thing.
See what happens?
Hey, Pirate Grunts, how you doing?
I don't kill for free.
Guess we go break it up, but I imagine enemy damage is going to make that problematic for me soon. Contact phase about this character. Ugh. In true Borderlands fashion, try everything until something works. Pretty much. Done with meetings just in time to catch 4950? You did. You did. We were almost there. I'm getting better with those throws. Unfortunately, it doesn't work in any of the other unskippable stuff. Yeah. That one butt stallion cutscene didn't used to be skippable, but it used to be skippable rather, but people kept accidentally skipping it and then having no idea what happened during that cutscene. Oh, let's give us turn back on. Yeah, they said it was. I don't know if it actually worked, but it's something they did list. Yes. Leave like 5 hours ago. Come back to Quack. What have we, as a community of degenerates, done to deserve something so fantastic? You were here for the Home Depot catheter conversation, right? Pretty much, we circled back around to that again, so I imagine that's the life force sustaining me as I continue this.
And death is your reward.
That cursed energy. The what? Oh, you weren't here. So the Home Depot gamer catheters for marathon streams. Don't need to get up for a potty break if you got a Home Depot.
I'll give you a good home.
First keep picking up random shit. Really don't skip it in normal means my playthrough last week. Yeah, I don't remember being able to skip it yesterday. The day before, I guess. Day before. But, like, I do remember that being in the notes. No, I don't know.
That's more like it.
I whipped that one.
I blame you for trying.
Almost there. Bad angle. The gearbox fixes don't always work. I slammed a chamber dice and launching the stratosphere fix. Yeah, I haven't launched into the sky lately, but I have been launched into walls. So, I don't know what happened with that. Eight hours down. God damn it. People keep saying that.
Can't wait to throw some spells.
Gotta practice 24 hours. It's done. It's done. Almost. Only working. Oh no. J-Bridge lives at work now. That's so sad. That's that. Did break for lunch. Area damage 2 and double knot gun damage? That's not bad. I think that. Just under 2 hours, yeah. Yeah, so I massively underestimated that. Because I suppose I didn't account enough for bullshit rooms and boss animations. I wonder how fast this format could go. You could definitely get it in the 3-hour range. Definitely. Just need like much better optimized build for the thing. It's done. Game crashes, erase and save. Chaos 50 unlocked. I could spend these crystals, but no, I'm not on Chaos 50 yet. We gotta turn it on to Chaos 50. There we go. So one more run at 50 now, are you done? I think I'm done. We took this character from level 30 to level 40 Chaos 50 today. Imagine how much longer if you weren't geared. That'd taken a while. Yeah, that was geared. It took 5 hours geared. Like, with my C50 build. Now what do we do? What do you mean? Now we played the game. Okay, yeah, so, that's that. This character's now ready for top tier endgame stuff and things. So tomorrow is gonna be Hotfix Day. Hotfix Day. We get Final Form of Theodore. DLC 3 loot will be available in the bunnies once you complete that, so that'll be cool. Hopefully we get some balancing, something cool. Yeah, I'll be doing endgame stuff tomorrow. So I really have to pee again. But that's gonna be it. Let's find somewhere to raid. Hey Grumpy, thanks for the 500 bits. I appreciate it. Who's online right now? Get really lazy? Listen. Oh, Soccer's on. Soccer's playing RE7. Did I miss the highs in Bussy? No. Moxie's on Outriders, Soccer's on RE7.
In 5 hours. Well played, Quag.
Thank you, good Grumpy. Ruka's on Maneater. Yeah, let's go to Soccer. Let's go to Soccer. How's Bussy was yesterday, yeah? Yeah, okay. We don't give context. You guys, because you're here, because you're the cool ones, you know that's because that's what I'm gonna go do. So, but don't give context. That's raid message. Quag Chad P. Quag Chad. Alright, I'll see you guys over there, and or tomorrow, and or things and stuff. My brain doesn't work. I haven't done this long a stream in a minute. So, I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for all the support in the extra long stream today. It means a lot, and I had a good time. I hope you did too. Bye!